All right. So I'm gonna mark the stream. All right. So you might notice a little something about the fact that, you know, I'm back in the labyrinth for changing my ascendancy, because you can actually do this at any time you want. I was thinking about it more. I don't want to do a necromancer this time. I've done a necromancer many times before, and I've already got a very tanky character in the form of my scion. I don't want to do a necromancer this time. But I do still want to play as a witch. You know, it's still like a fun option. I don't want to play elementalist because as cool as some of the elementalist skills can be, like hits always ignite, all damage can ignite, like that's good. And obviously, you know, Leisure the Primordial, summon golems are immune to elemental damage, are resummoned 4 seconds after being killed, and +2 to maximum number of golems. That's huge, because those also give you passive benefits. I'm like, I don't want to play as elementalist though. So I'm going to play as a cultist.
Throw off.
And not necessarily because of Unhallowed Rite. I was actually paying attention to how many channeling... I was looking into what channeling, like, chaos or ice skills there are in this game. There's 2. There are exactly 2 channeling skills that are either chaos or ice. You either have Blight and all of its variants, or Winter Orb. So, yeah, this is not as good as I had hoped it would be because there's not as many options. I mean, mainly with regards to playing as the occultist. If I was playing as a different character, if I was playing as a different class, like if I was playing as, say, the necromancer, or I was playing as the elementalist, there's a lot more options there. But I like the idea of the occultist because, I mean, look at this. Nearby enemies have -20% to cold and chaos resistance and have 100% reduced life regeneration rate. And then on top of that, you can branch off into like Withering Presence. So you just gain +60% to chaos resistance. You're just set to 0% chaos resistance by the end of the game. 15% more chaos damage, and every second inflict withered on nearby enemies for 15 seconds. And also, nearby hindered enemies deal 15% reduced damage over time. That's not much, but that's something. I also like Profane Bloom. Cursed enemies you or your minions kill have a 50% chance to explode, dealing a quarter of their maximum life as chaos damage. That's good. A quarter of their life, and you gotta think, we're talking thousands of damage from that alone. You can apply an additional curse, your hexes can affect hexproof enemies. That's huge. Because that means that now I can have a curse and a mark at the same time. And then obviously if I decided to do cold damage, cannot be chilled, cannot be frozen, 15% more cold damage every 4 seconds, 50% chance to freeze nearby non-frozen enemies for 0.4 seconds, and nearby chilled enemies deal 10% reduced damage with hits. That's a lot. But honestly, I also really like, I'm thinking I'm gonna stick with Forbidden Power because 6% increased area of effect per power charge, 6% increased damage per power charge, gain a power charge after spending a total of 200 mana, and +1 to maximum power charges. It's pretty easy to get more power charges as the witch, so that's just gonna be good. I also got a level while I was doing this, so I'm gonna apply that. Now, I'm not going to make the swap off of cold just yet because I don't fully know what I'm doing. But I can also get power charge stuff now, so we'll do that. Where I left off, we had just finished up Act 3. And so now we're moving on to Act 4. It's very interesting that these have been crit chaos, which that might do. I don't know. We'll have to see. It's very interesting to me that these have all been like one episode apiece, basically. One part apiece.
When I'm ready and not before.
No chance, I'll take it. Oh, I'll take it. I'll take an orb alteration. Oh yeah, also, something that y'all might not have realized until that just there. I actually updated my loot filter noises, so they are new. But they still kind of stick with the Ed, Ed, and Eddie theme, so... Some of them have stayed the same, obviously, but, like, some of them are completely new. Oh my god, that was a... that was a lot of damage. Okay. Now we're at Highgate, which, as we learned from the last few things, is essentially where the Eternal Empire's Purity Rebellion would essentially renew its, well, conviction, I guess you could say.
We opened the gates to you for two reasons only. Dominus and piety. They made themselves our enemies. You made them dead. Now, Oyan believes there is a third reason. The beast is our enemy. Perhaps you can make it dead as well. I have seen the look in Piety's eyes. I see the look in your eyes, which it is not as different as I had hoped. No matter. The knife in your hand is better than the spear in the rack.
What are your thoughts on trading?
Oyan has ordered me to help you, to trade with you. I have risked much to gather weapons and armor for this Akara. I've scavenged on the fringes of Vol's encampment and scouted the dead city. Let us see if you can offer any value in return.
You are most welcome here, sister. What you did back there in San, it was truly...
terrifying. Don't get me wrong, Piety, the rest, they had it coming. But there's no one like that here. These Maraketh, they're good people.
She knows that. Please, sister, ignore Pataris.
Tell me about Highgate.
My grandfather was a captain in the Ebony Legion. My father too, and me. Just following the path that had been laid out for me.
Until you met me.
Yes, until I met the most beautiful woman I'd ever seen.
Behind bars. An exile waiting to become an experiment. Not quite how I imagined meeting the man of my dreams.
I realized then that I wasn't part of the Ebony Legion anymore. I'd become a blackguard like every other damned legionnaire in San, taking orders from a madman.
Pataris freed me and led us here.
I'd heard about the Maraketh from those few legionnaires who survived the assault on Highgate.
And I talked them into harboring us.
Vanya can be very persuasive when she wants to be.
Tell me about Kira.
Kira is a racist bully with that fancy hair crest of hers stuck so far up her...
Come on, Vanya. She's a warrior. It's not her job to be nice. It's her job to defend...
Look all lithe and sweaty when you're watching her train. That's the only job you're interested in.
I'm studying the Maraketh fighting style.
Sure you are, sweetie.
I like these two quite a lot already. They're very charming. Tell me about trading.
We've a few bits and pieces lying about that might help with what's to come.
Bits and pieces? I risk my neck to salvage those artifacts.
I know, sweetie, and I really appreciate your artifacts.
You didn't say that when I brought them in. You said, is that all?
You'd been gone for ages.
And you think you could do a quicker job?
Yes, if you'd let me, yes.
No. Not for all the jewelry in the world. What if I lost you?
Okay, I'm sorry. We have charms and regalia sourced at great risk from some of the most dangerous places in Rayclast. Better?
Yes, thank you.
All right, tell me about the beast.
I heard of the beast before coming here. Piety talked about it. I suppose she saw no point in keeping secrets from the people she was planning to murder.
I'm so sorry, Vanya.
God, it's not your fault, Pataris. But Piety used to say that the beast was the source of her power. How she managed to turn poor men and women into those... things. She kept using a phrase. What was it?
Universal transmogrification. I heard her assistants talk about it too.
The power to change the world into anything you like.
Bloody scary power in the hands of someone like Piety.
Bloody scary powerful stop.
Hey, Nico!
Seems like the rain's brought out a few worms. Don't think I'm an easy mark, Exile. I've spent more than enough time around Exiles to know which way the dagger's pointing, and I'll happily give it a shove in your direction if you try anything wormy. I'm conducting a little dig, the sort of enterprise that could make someone with your particular skill set a very handsome living. Don't worry, you'll not be moving much dirt. No, no. Why smash rocks when you could smash skulls, eh? See you later.
So that's gonna be Delve, and I'm not gonna do much with that just now, because I obviously gotta do his side mission first. Yeah, Piety has had quite the impact. If you saw last time, you got to see a lot of what she had done in Act 3.
The time has come, not a cockroach, to crawl up into the bowels of this nightmare, traverse its innards, and rip out its corrupted heart. Oyun will help us. Go on now. Hobnob with the Maraketh matriarch. Learn what needs to be learned, and quickly. There's a filthy darkness down in that mountain, and it's reeking with impatience to meet you.
Oyun.
You come to us, a woman like us, and yet nothing like us. While we cloak ourselves in tradition and war, you cloak yourself in thaumaturgy and fear. And that is why you will kill the beast within the mountain. Lady Diala has told me this. She has much faith in you, Witch. The question is, can we Maraketh share in her faith? Sekema Deshret sealed the mines, trapped the nightmare within its black den. The beast should never have been imprisoned. The beast should have been destroyed, yet for all her ferocity, it seemed that Deshret lacked the courage to do so. And now, after 2 centuries guarding this hole in the ground, this Akara lacks the strength. But you are not Deshret, and you are not one of us. You will succeed where we have failed. Deshret's banner will break the seal and open the mines. It was taken from her when she fell to Vol, the brittle emperor. Take the stairs to the southwest. Descend to the dried lake. You shall have no trouble finding the brittle emperor. You'll smell him before you see him. Bring Deshret's banner home, and you will be free to pass into the darkness as you wish.
Sorry, I was sitting down that whole time, so I had my desk in standing mode, but I realized I was like, I don't want to stand today. All right, tell me about Diala.
Diala wishes the beast dead. But why? Why would a nightmare wish to kill a nightmare? A question of great interest, yet little importance. It does not matter why the sun rises and sets, as long as it continues to do so.
All right, tell me about Kira.
Kira has the blood of Deshret in her veins and the bonds of Deshret in her mind. Her loyalty to her Akara is admirable. Her loyalty to the past is not.
Kataris and Vanya?
I will make allies of whomever I deem useful. We have observed the actions of both Blackguard and Exile, and it is Pitaris and Vanya who give meaning to those actions. This Akara has not mixed with other than its own for over 200 years. The outside world has now discovered us, so it is time that we discovered it.
Tell me about this Deshret.
The Maraketh once stood united under Deshret's banner. That was before the plagues, the tempests, the corruption. Deshret rode here with this Akara, the Kiato, to put an end to the beast's curse, and upon the very threshold of the darkness, she faltered. Perhaps she saw that King Calm had gone there before her and not returned. Or perhaps the nightmare simply overcame Deshret's seemingly indomitable courage. Either way, she chose not to ride into the mountain to slay the beast. She closed and sealed the mines and committed this Akara to Highgate's guardianship. The tempests, the plagues, they passed. Of their own accord, or because of Deshret's seal, we do not know. But what I do know is this. When Deshret vowed to watch over these mines, she simply traded one curse for another.
Oh, so the only reason the cataclysm was stopped for a time was because of Deshret, is what I'm gathering. I do believe. I might not have been paying full attention. Tell me about Vol.
Vol and his unmen have dipped their fleshless claws into the lifeblood of the Maraketh since the day this Akara tethered its roar here. Such is the way with men of war. Remove their tongues, yet still they thirst for blood. Remove their bellies, yet still they hunger for battle. Remove their manhood, yet still they lust for conquest. Our hopes are with you.
All right, Tasuni, let's see. What do you got to say?
I am Tasuni, he who peers into the gloom, who hears the black hearts that thunder within the mountain deep. If you seek enlightenment, find a torch. If you seek to understand the nightmare, I can help feel your way through the darkness. I stare into the eyes of madness, Witch. I see a hunger for power that Nightmare would most generously satiate, should you choose to ask it.
Seems like they traded one problem for another. Yeah, but this also happened like 200 years ago, and from the sounds of it, I already have foreknowledge of what happened. Deshret's spirit is still being held captive down there. Speaking of which, tell me about Deshret.
The Red Sakema was the woman who forged what it meant to be Maraketh. A people united, strong. Deshret lit fires in the hearts of women and loins of men. When she fell, so did the Maraketh. We've been falling ever since.
And Vol?
The Maraketh speak of his betrayal, but Vol did what he thought was necessary to destroy the beast. Now he wonders the desiccation, tortured as much by his failure as by Nightmare.
Pitaris and Vanya?
Pitaris and Vanya, two mouths that speak from one mind. When together, they express some quite interesting thoughts. When apart, well, half a thought isn't really even a thought, is it?
Thoughts on Kira?
Kira rides more swiftly and strikes more truly than any other Dekara here. If only she could learn to think as swiftly as she rides and speak as truly as she strikes. Better and worse are judged not on the talents one prizes, but the talents one needs.
And Diala?
Diala has the form of a woman, yet the substance is 1 part corruption and 9 parts death. One day soon, you will see how lifeless she truly is.
And Uyen.
The Marraketh are stranded in the sandstorm of
whatever.
reflection and regret. We look to Elsakemma to lead us out. Yet the sandstorm is all she knows. She needs me. Her eyes and ears in the darkness. But she will never comprehend my gifts. Hunt well.
And let's also check back in with Kira, see if she
What
has
is
anything.
It, Exile?
What are your thoughts on Diala?
When a woman forgets how to die, a woman forgets how to live. Deshret said that to her Dakara on the day she killed Titushus, scourge of the Marraketh.
It's Titushus!
I say this of Diala. When a woman knows nothing of life, how can she care for the living?
So I was right, it is Titushus. Titushus, whatever. Thoughts on Tasuni?
My mother gave Tasuni to the gods. The gods gave him back, and I thank them for it every day. Given the choice, I would never have chosen Tasuni as my brother. But then, family is not about what you want. It is about what you need.
Uyen?
Oyan is my Sikema, my commander. I am her Dakara, her warrior. I defend this Akara as Oyan sees fit. Whether Oyan is fit to see what is best for this tribe, it is not for me to say.
Pitaris and Vanya?
As we give strength to the outside, we grow weaker on the inside. First, there was Pitaris and Vanya. Now there is you. It shows how little faith Oyan has in us, in her own Akara, that she would treat blackguards and exiles with such admiration.
And Vol?
I've led many a war party against Vol and his unmen, and I've seen too many of my Dakara die. I shall look for your return, but I shall not expect it.
Alright.
What can we do for you?
Tell me about Tasuni.
Tasuni, he's a con man.
Pitaris just doesn't understand him.
I understand that he gets his every need catered for by talking in riddles and telling
The
lies.
truth about the nightmare. He makes sense of the chaos as best he can.
How can we possibly know whether what he's telling us is the truth or not?
We can't. But who else is there to ask?
Fair. Tell me about Uyen.
Oyun gave us a home.
Our lives back.
Appreciate the good ones when you find them in Ray class.
It's not like there are many.
And Diala?
Diala was there when it all went bad. If anyone can help put things right,
Why
it's-
would she? Ray class has been like this for almost 300 years. What's made her want to do something about it now?
She's the Gemling Queen, Vanya. There's no way we could understand what goes on in that mind of hers.
I know. And that's precisely what worries me.
Good luck.
And does anyone else have anything to say? Anything at all? Oh, Diala. Tell me about Vol.
Vol the Pure, they called him. Vol the Murderer, I call him. In his name, an emperor was murdered. In his name, an empire was murdered. Yes, it was Malachi's lips that kissed me. Yes, it was Malachi's hand that led me to the rapture. No, and no again. It was Vol's words that put me there.
Pitaris and Vanya definitely finish each other's sandwiches. Yeah. How about Deshret's banner?
Impatient Reekings. They waft to me from that mountain. That's all I can smell. Not a cockroach. Stinking anticipation. Bye-bye.
What do you require?
What are your thoughts on Tasuni?
Tasuni has been corrupted since the day he was born. Marraketh tradition would have it that such a warped child be left upon the moonlit plain for the gods to adopt. Tasuni was not taken by the gods that night. Such a thing has never happened before in our Akara. Now we know why. Tasuni is a man caught between two worlds, our world of light and the beast's world of darkness. He is our scout in the black, and without him, Nightmare would remain beyond our understanding. And an enemy you cannot know is an enemy you cannot fight. Act with care.
Very fascinating. I think that should be all of the information from everyone. So now we get to actually go fight Vol.
How do I keep ending up in such lovely
And I do believe there is another lore document to be found in here. At least one, if not two. Well, I mean, there is one because it's the way that you locate Vol in the first place. There it is. They do a pretty good job of bigging him up, even though he's, well, he's already dead.
Thaumaturgy just keeps getting the better of you, doesn't it?
When the sun sets, the plains should be red. Yeah, I was like, honestly, they did a good job of making him sound like a big bad, and then, yeah, he's already dead.
I vowed to care for this empire with my eyes open. I lied to my people. I lied to myself. Blinded by my lust for purity, I placed my faith in the most corrupt of men. I watch now as my legion dies, their flesh melting from their twisted bones. They fall and rise. A tide of mortal death and eternal damnation. I feel it now in my own flesh. The heat, the corruption. I have failed you, my empire of purity. Do not forgive me, but please, I beg of you, survive me.
Damn. Literally the last emperor of the Eternal Empire. All because I believe he was the one who showed mercy to Malachi. I believe that's what it was.
Life is too precious to waste on you.
Yeah, I will say that this is definitely the act where defenses start becoming mandatory. Like, arguably you could say at the start of Act 6 is whenever you need to start worrying about your resistances and whatnot, but like, no, I personally have not felt that way in a long while. I've been feeling like this is where I really start being like, okay, I need to actually focus on getting some form of defense.
Look at that. Hello.
That would just
And he has
make
nothing
life
else to say.
complicated.
Oh, so look at the Roa. Look at the Roa. He's a little fella, look at it.
The rapture is our hope, our desperation. It will set the nightmare to boil, cook that nice big fishy in its own whining brine. Listen with all of your ears, not a cockroach. The rapture was Malachi's most wondrous creation, the only fire hot enough to burn the beast from existence. And its fuel? A gemling queen. Blood and flesh and gem. Yet my selfish self did not want to burn away, and so the fire was but a tiny spark. The spark of a cataclysm.
Oh.
I am sorry, my love, my Malachi. Go to it, not a cockroach. Find the rapture. Make me sorry no more.
Tell me more about this rapture device.
The rapture was to rend open the hide of nightmare and broil the beast's bitter innards in the sweet fire of mortality. The vessel was strong and oh so willing. The medicine was oh so weak. Ta-ta, not a cockroach.
The gate is open, and the darkness calls. Good hunting, Cursebreaker.
Version of Steam and Universe is kind of messed up, yeah. Oh, I'm gonna... Oh my god, I forgot that the stone golem just gives you 20% increased defenses. Jesus Christ, no wonder it's so used. Carrion golem. I could actually make the swap to playing like a damage over time build if I wanted. I could do Soul Rend. I gotta do Soul Rend. I gotta do it.
What do you wish to know?
Okay, hold on. Tell me, what are your thoughts on Calm?
We read the land, learn its stories. Kalm and his warriors entered those mines some 20 years before Deshret sealed the mines and bound our Kara to this mountain. Neither soil nor stone speak of Kalm's return. Perhaps he is dead, or perhaps he merely wishes he was. After all, anything seems possible. Act with care.
Fair.
The gate is open, and now I hear her voice as clearly as if she was sitting right here with me. Words of a dead woman, reverberating up from the depths of Highgate. A spirit chained, yet not enslaved. Tortured, yet unbroken. That dead woman is Deshret, and our red Sakema longs to return to the dust of her Visteri. Free her, and I shall reward you as my gifts allow.
Tell me more about Vol.
In destroying Vol, you have avenged many a pretty bloodied nose around here. Well done, you. You've done yourself proud today, Exile.
Oh, real quick, since I'm right here, I'm gonna go to my hideout because I really do want to make the swap to Soul Rend. Soul Rend is fun
Godslayer.
for many reasons. So let's see. There's that. It does actually... Arcane Surge does affect Soul Rend, so I can actually put that there. Let's see. What do we got? What do we got? What do we got? I guess efficacy would be good, but also... Bit unrelated, but Kira is awful. Okay, yeah, I'll go with efficacy for now. Swift Affliction. Okay, so I'm gonna need a lot more dexterity is what I'm noticing. Do either of these have... No, neither of those have
The Merry Lady.
quality or anything. Well, that does mean
The Mary Lane.
that I can actually
Nothing is truly
remove all my
fixed
cold
in
damage
stone.
stuff. I still want that because that's spell damage.
Oh.
There we go. That gives me 13 points to play with. All right, yeah, as you do. 3% increased damage per endurance power frenzy charge. Yep, I'll do that. This is chaos damage over time, right? Chaos damage per second, yes. So, we want that. I actually don't have access to Withered just yet, so I don't really want to take those 3. Oh, damage over time, right here. Damage over time multiplier, specifically. Nice. Cruelty is another thing that I should absolutely take, because cruelty is quite big. I have a Tabula Rasa. I just realized I have a Tabula Rasa waiting on me, so I can absolutely get a 6th link already. Oh, yeah, and also this, because this is literally just a straight upgrade. So let's go in here. Let's see. Tabula Rasa. There it is. So, yeah, I'm missing out on... Actually, not a lot. There we go. And then that means that I can get...
Slayer.
Let's see. That's chance to bleed. Okay, hold on. Cruelty support. Deal up to 40% more damage over time based on the amount of damage in the hit which caused it, which grants it. Yeah, I'm taking that. And that is actually one that I believe I can just leave on level 1. How do crits work with Dot? I don't know. I think that it's just like if your multiplier is high enough that it will essentially have like a higher base number, I think. But there is also critical strike affliction support, which granted only makes it so that when you do a critical strike, it does 70% plus 70% damage over time multiplier. That's a lot. Okay. Yes, vicious projectiles is one. Damaging ailments inflicted with supported skills deal damage 60% first. No, I don't want sadism. Nightblade, no. Yeah, deadly ailments it is. Or...
God Slayer.
Okay, no, I was making sure. Wait a minute, actually... No, I want power charge on crit. Okay, let's see. 1,118 chaos damage per second versus 1,162 versus 1,162. So it doesn't really matter which one I do. Actually. No, I'm gonna do that. Okay. because I have microtransactions for it. We need Soul Rend. Oh. I have the cat Soul Rend. And, yeah, this cat will basically kill anything instantly. So let's continue now that we have, changed out to a new skill.
What is it, Exile?
Alright, Kira, tell me about Deshret.
Deshret lies shackled in the darkness, while I, her blood, am shackled by duty to remain here. Oyan has decreed it. Will it be you, then, who frees Deshret from her dishonor? Perhaps you will, perhaps you won't. Either way, it is Deshret's fate to suffer at the mercy of injustice.
And Vol?
Hundreds of our Dakara have fallen to Vol and his legion throughout the years. They died defending their Akara. Now Vol is gone, killed by an outsider. You bask in the glory, Exile, while I honor the dead.
And what about the mines?
Deshret's banner flies at the mine's entrance, and now the darkness gapes, hungry and expectant. Our Red Sekema sealed that gate for a reason. Not simply to prevent the beast from reaching out, but to hinder those fools who would disturb its slumber. And here you are, about to be swallowed by that darkness. Let us hope the beast doesn't notice your passing. I'm watching you.
Yes?
Tell me about the mines.
Emperor Vol is dead, for good this time.
And the entrance to the mine stands open. I suppose you'll be heading down there
To free us from the sickening supremacy of Nightmare.
I was going to say to kick some nightmare ass.
I think I put it better.
Of course you did, sweets.
Be careful.
I just realized I don't really need Herald of Thunder. I don't need Elemental Weakness. Okay, hold on. Going back to the hideout.
God Slayer.
Okay. Assassin's Mark. Bane. Actually, if I remember right, Bane is really good for applying Curse Mark. Might want a different staff. That's true, because it's, not the best for what I'm doing right now. Despair, that's what I want. And see, here's the thing. Because I'm playing as the occultist, what I could do is, I can actually get Unholy Authority, which will make it so that I can apply an additional curse. So instead of having to waste, like, a ring slot on something like Dodri's, the ring that gives you an additional curse, or, you know, anathema, which allows me to use as many curses as I have. Is there anything that actually makes it so that the more curses I apply to an enemy, the more damage I deal? Hang on. No, I'm gonna look this up. I'm gonna look this up real quick. Hold on. I'm gonna take y'all along with me on this as well. Hold on. I want to see. That's the wrong screen. Hold on. Where's my display? Here we are. Here's the wiki. Okay. So I want to see, is there something where essentially the amount of curses, curse limit, curse priority, curses as map mods, curse immunity, curse unaffected by curses, self-curse, perk. Grants increased damage per curse on you. Per curse on you. Per curse. Oh, not much. Yeah, sadly, it doesn't seem like that's really going to be the case. Like, maybe it is a thing, but, like, I'm not about to be able to find it myself. That was the side quest. Because what I was thinking was anathema makes it so that the maximum amount of curses that you can apply is equal to the amount of maximum power charges you have. So what would happen if I became like a power charge stacking curse dealing witch?
Hail, God.
Let's see. Aura. I need malevolence because malevolence is a very good aura. I have no mana.
I need more mana.
But that's okay. You know what? I actually realized I have money. Not that high. Really? Only 33 chaos. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it.
Yes?
Oh, I need level 45? I'm almost there anyway.
Spending life.
I'm gonna be almost there anyway, so... Alright, let's also talk to Nico.
This is the stuff. Good nose, Exile. You find more and I'll come right over. Don't touch it, though. Stuff will send you mad without the right precautions. You think I want to be dressed like this? Tell you what, how about we take a look around my mine? Talk to me when you're ready to go.
Okay, let's, Actually, real quick, tell me about this Voltaxic Sulfite.
This is the stuff. Good nose, Exile. You find more and I'll come right over. Don't touch it, though. Stuff will send you...
Oh, it's the same. Alright. Let's go to the mines, real quick. Let's learn the lore of, some delve stuff.
Looks like shite, eh? Well, don't judge a mine by its entrance. Eternals used to pull all sorts of goodies out of these rocks, and they never had my secret weapon. Just inside the mine shaft is my creaky little crawler. Took one of the old Eternal torture devices and repurposed it. Oh, it can still tear your skin off like peeling a fruit, but hopefully it won't try to. Instead, it can lay down a daisy chain of lights powered by that voltaxic sulfite. You'll want to be on the lookout for more of that, mind you. This big beauty next to me, my pride and joy. Feeds Crawler with refined and purified sulfite, and it's capable of taking all sorts of the raw materials strewn below ground and turning them into sources of light and explosives. How about you head underground and follow the mechanical little bugger to an azurite vein, eh?
Alright, tell me about the darkness.
The darkness within those walls is unnatural. It does not fade in the presence of light. It retreats, like a living beast. I'd not wander too far from the lamps if I were you.
This voltaic generator?
Been working on this machine on and off for years. Hard to really test it without the raw materials from the mine. You're here now, though, so maybe that will change. This beauty can take the azurite you find in there and turn it into flares and dynamite. Enough azurite, and I can make this thing more efficient than it already is. Able to hold a lot more sulfite and able to make better flares and dynamite.
And Oriath?
Grew up in Oriath. Used to love the city. Spent my youth combing the woods around it for sulfite. No one else knew how to handle the stuff, but the Templar had a voracious appetite for it. Needed it to power whatever godforsaken machines they were building. Made a very healthy living for myself until, well, let's just say, for a while I thought I was a prophet. The Templar don't take so kindly to people calling themselves prophets. Locked me up in a madhouse, but I dug me way out. The Templar like escapees even less than they like false prophets. So here I am, digging around in eternal rubble.
Damn.
Looks like shite, eh?
Yeah, I've already heard you about that.
Alright.
Alright. It's delving time, at least once.
This is Crawler, capable of scouting out a few of the valuables hidden down here, but needs your muscle to get to them. Tell it where you want to go, and try to stay alive till you get there. Crawler will burn through sulfite on the way, and we ain't made of sulfite, so choose carefully. How about you follow it to a nearby azurite vein, eh? Make sure you stick near Crawler's light. Believe me, you don't want to get dragged into the darkness.
Alright.
I need more mana.
I'm still questioning how this is meant to be like a... This was an eternal torture device.
When I'm ready and not ready.
Yeah, it's gonna take a little bit to really get like up and running on this thing. I forgot to get a new staff. I just realized I forgot to get a new staff. I'll get it later. That is another thing about Delve specifically, is I know that the enemies are quite high in terms of damaging amounts. I have not gotten enough Azurite. Alright, I guess I'm gonna be continuing on in this Delve. Oh no, there we go. It just fell off screen is all. Well, bonus experience, I guess. Maybe some loot. Was it a... It's a jewelry node. Never mind. I was gonna say, if it was a weapons node, I could have gotten a pretty good staff from that. Actually, there is a unique staff that I could use. Okay. Alright, let's talk to Nico.
Beauty. Look at it sparkle. Glows like blue embers in the dark. My machine here can turn these rocks into something a little more useful. You might need some extra light down there, so how about you put a few flares together? Mine's also full of dead ends and things that ought to be dead themselves, so get a blasting stick while you're at it. Should have enough for both on ya. Bye.
Okay, so... I can't get any more. You know what? I'm just gonna say, fuck it. There is more story down there, but I'm not gonna deal with that right now. Meanwhile, let's actually... Oh wait, I did say that there was this, the Cane of Unraveling. Yeah, I think this will be good for leveling at the moment. No, it won't, because it's level 60. All right. Noted.
That would just make life complicated.
Yes.
Oh, good. I already have the staff. I already bought it. So let's see. I'm looking for... Let's see. Anything with, like, chaos damage over time, spell damage, chaos spell level. Oh, but it's +3 to level of all cold spells. +2 to level of all chaos spell. The only issue I have with this is that it has 6 mods on it. I guess it'll be fine, though. I guess it'll be okay. So let's see. I'm currently doing 1050 chaos damage per second, and then this will make it go up to 1500 chaos damage per second. Oh, I just realized I leveled that up. Oops. Okay, well, I guess that means it is time for me. I'm just gonna check up with these two
just make life complicated.
Up here, but I think that means that I can officially go into the dark below only an hour later. You know, usually we get this all done in like 10 minutes and then spend the rest of the time in the rest of this act.
I need more mana.
Not this time.
Yes, little mountain. I'm pleased to see you too.
Okay, let's see. I guess I should start going over in this direction because this is where I'm going to be going for all my damage over time stuff. So I'll just start charting over there, or pathing over there. Also, my golem is not spawned. Because I don't have the Liege of the Primordial, because I'm not playing a Necroman, or I'm not playing as a Elementalist. Nothing there either. Okay. And I need to remember, I'm gonna lock my cruelty support. So I don't have to level it up. There. That's why I love Soul Rend, by the way, is because of the fact that it's not just like, it's not just the fact that it like is a very, very powerful spell, but it's also the fact that it homes in on enemies and pierces enemies. And it has infinite piercing. And I should also mention that this even works with like volley support and greater volley support. And just actually, I'm just gonna show it, because greater volley support is probably one of my favorite visuals in this entire game. You thought having a cat was awesome? Okay, I can't use greater volley support because I don't have the dexterity for it, but I can use regular volley support. How about 3 cats? And keep in mind, with greater volley support, that goes up to 5. Have I seen Project Hail Mary? Nah, unfortunately, I don't watch too many movies, sadly. Yeah, and what's even better about that, though, by the way, what's even better about having more cats, that specifically does not lower the amount of damage, because it lowers the projectile damage, not the damage over time. So you can use that with 0 downsides.
I need more mana.
There's Deshret's Spirit.
There are so many more trapped spirits in this place. I can feel them.
And that was the price that she paid in order to prevent any more calamity going on. My life regen is not very good right now, I'm noticing as well. Which in this game has very different personality than the second game. Yes! I love the uncaring nature of the second game's Witch. Also because if I'm being honest, it's because I also ship the Sorceress and the Witch together. The Sorceress because of her lighthearted, like, positive attitude, and then the Witch for being, you know, more, like, I don't know, just, like, punkish. I don't know, I just think it would be cute. It's kind of like how I envisioned the Duelist and the Mercenary being a couple. Because they're both stupid. They're both stupid, but because of that, they're perfect for each other. Look at that! Also, the Burning Man. I'm surprised he has no lore so far. All right, let's go back to town. Oh, I should probably also interact with the rapture device so that I can see.
You know, not a cockroach. Had I accepted my place, my rapturous role, the beast would be no more, no less, no anything at all. My selfishness tickled the beast's fancy and it laughed the world I knew away. Yet I have had much time to think on my lonesome, much time to wonder. Wonder if the rapture really needs to eat a gemling queen. Maybe something else will get its catastrophic juices slavering. Something like eyeball soup, the eye of fury, the eye of desire. Pretty gems for our pretty designs. But where could they be? Don't fret now. I have my suspicions. Calm, the sovereign of slaughter. He remains and suffers his delusions right here in the halls of Nightmare. Fury is all he knows, so fury Calm will have. Duresso, king of swords, damned by desire. Oh, aren't we all? He's down here too, and Desire's curse remains his to bear. Go on, not a cockroach. Bring me the crown jewels so that we might wake the rapture and finally put an end to this pestering beast.
So we actually do now know why both Calm and Duresso are here. Obviously, Calm was here because of the fact that he was searching for a way to stop the cataclysm. We had actually heard that before in Act 1. We had heard about the cataclysm's effects on the Karui people after the Purity Rebellion, the Battle of Lion Eye's Watch, everything like that. We had heard about that. But then Calm went into the mountain here at Highgate in order to essentially put a stop to whatever cataclysm is going on. Why the fuck is my latency going absolutely crazy right now? Yeah, that's what I thought. And Duresso, I also now know why he ended up here. It's because he was lured away. When he gave his wife, Mervale, when he gave her the necklace that she has, I don't remember what it was called exactly, but it is a unique that you can get here. When she got that necklace, she started to change. Yes, her singing was a lot more beautiful and a lot more, like, you know, addictive. It was something that men would travel for miles around to hear. But the problem is it was also corrupting her as a person. And Duresso, well, he ended up coming to the mountain in order to find a way to free her from that jewel's curse. From the necklace's curse. And obviously, well, neither one of those actually worked because it was eventually Deshret who was able to actually seal the cataclysm away in turn for her spirit being permanently trapped here. Which we ended up saving her, so yeah. Anyways, let's talk about Calm real quick.
Old axe for brains. Calm had Eternals dragged from their homes all over the south coast. Like sheep, he butchered them, no matter how desperately they bleated. He adorned his doorways with the heads of women and children. What makes a hero or a villain? It depends who you ask.
Skill issue on her part, just try getting better at singing. Yeah, I mean, yeah. She did. Don't worry. Is Mervale's necklace the Star of Ray class? No. It has a different name. I know that for a fact. Hold on. Let me look at the list of uniques because I can pick it out. It's a red one. It's one that you can actually get. Wasn't the Jewel a virtue gem? It was a corrupted virtue gem, is the idea. So kind of like how Malachi was experimenting with corrupted virtue gems, and specifically taking the essence of the gems and putting them into people. That's what was happening to Mervale. Let's see. Jewelry. Uniques. Not Willow gift. Not the Eye of Innocence. Oh! No, it wasn't that. Never mind. Wasn't that. I thought it was red. Hold on, this is this is gonna bother me at this point if I don't find it. Starvery class is what he proposed to Mervale with? Oh, wait. Oh yeah, it was the Starvery class. My bad. Yeah, it was that. My bad. Yeah, because he says, I offer to you an eternal oath that binds your heart and mind. A bond that not even death will break. Will you accept? Okay, so yeah, that does make sense. I was just being stupid, was all. Alright, Doresso, let's...
The Sword King.
Talk about this guy.
Before my time. Beyond my time. Where is time anyway when you need it? Never stand still. That's the problem. Except if you are Doresso. Petrified with love, he is. A love he doesn't realize is long, long, long gone.
Yeah, unfortunately for him, that well's run dry.
Bye-bye.
That fish wife is dead. Let's talk with Tasuni.
I felt it, saw it. The storm of her release. Our red Sakema is free to mingle once more with the red earth of our birthplace. Deshret was the howling wind, the lash and bite of the driving dust. Our wild Visteria is weakened by her absence no longer. You've done yourself proud today, Exile. Righted a wrong that we Monarcheth have borne for far too long. And of course, as promised, you shall be rewarded.
With a free skill point. Because hell yes. If I click this.
I felt it.
Yeah, okay. Tell me about the beast.
Beneath your feet, creation shivers and writhes. It yearns for transformation like a worm in a cocoon that dreams of wings and freedom. A transformation that only the beast can excite. A dark god of ancient sacrifice. A muse to the twisted and vile. The beast, the nightmare, the darkness. Names given to it by mortals that think with slugs bound in shells of bone. Yet, one man knew the beast's true name, understood its impenetrable nature. Malachi.
Tell me more about Kalm.
My understanding of Kawom, the man, is that he was a prisoner of his own delusions. Now, he is a prisoner of someone else's. The power of nightmare to manipulate the soul never ceases to impress me. That could be you one day, should you continue to follow this dark and winding path.
And Duresso?
Nightmare is not without sophistication. In life, Duresso was tortured by frustration and shame. In death, Nightmare has erased his past and forged a dream world in which Duresso will remain contented and loved. What if Nightmare could do that for all of us? Would we really wish to destroy it then?
Yep.
You shall be rewarded.
Because that's the big thing about the beast, is that it creates dreams for people. All right, Kira.
Deshret has ascended and returned, as we all must, to the dust of Vestiri. The Red Sikema's dishonor has passed, and for that, outsider, I will always be grateful. Yet honor lies not in whether an act is committed. Honor lies in how an act is committed. What does it say of the Maraketh when we are forbidden to attend to our own? What does it say of Oyan and her belief in her own blood, our own honor? You will be remembered.
Yes?
Pataris and Vanya, tell me about Duresso.
Duresso? He's down there inside the mountain?
Are we talking about the Duresso? The Sword King?
Seems like it. But how did he get in there? He left Oriath about a century and a half ago, hoping to find a cure for his lady, Merveil. He would have had to fight his way through the Maraketh, but Oyun's never mentioned anything of the sort.
Maybe he didn't go in alive.
What do you mean?
We live in a land where the dead walk and things like Diala live for centuries.
You think he died somewhere else, and then the beast got hold of him?
Could be.
Well, if the beast can do that, then what bloody good was Deshret's seal?
Exactly.
Oh. Oh. That's a good point, actually. Maybe the seal did nothing. Wait, no, it didn't do anything, because there's still been walking nightmares even outside of... Oh, that's kind of funky. I like that.
Welcome, Exile. Not the prettiest spot in Rayclast, but relatively dry and safe as long as you stay in the light. Never cared about a good view, anyway. Much prefer a cozy spot indoors. Not many of those on Rayclast that aren't filled with bloody flesh-eaters, though, eh? Stay in the light, Exile.
All right. Oyen.
Speak your mind.
Tell me about Diala.
Diala said but one thing to me before descending into the mines. My love awaits. I know not why, but those 3 words frighten me more than any I have heard in my lifetime.
And Deshret?
Thank you for doing Deshret so great an honor. Your generosity shall be remembered.
And Duresso?
Duresso? Yes, Pataris has spoken of him. The disturbing question is this. How does a man who by all accounts has been dead for over 100 years end up as a nightmare monarch in the bowels of Highgate? Unlike Calm, there is utterly no trace of his passing, and we have scouted every footstep of this mountain and its surrounds. There is no other entrance, no physical entrance. Deshret, and now this. Duresso. Yes, most disturbing.
The beast was never sealed.
Our hopes are with you.
Maybe its effects were technically, but it did get out in one way, and that is dreams. Because if the way that it works is that it can create dreams, who's to say it can't also influence people using those dreams, or perhaps pull people into those dreams? Because that's what these are. These are dreams. All right, we're starting with Duresso.
I am Duresso, the Sword King. It was here in the pits of Theopolis that I made my name. killing rabid dogs and wild boars before I could even be considered a man. In this, so glorious of arenas, I care nothing for your past, only your future. And for that, you will have to fight.
Okay. That was 2 cats and it killed that fast.
I need more mana.
Oh wait, actually I should interact with this because this is possession. Cha-ching, Chaos Orb. Alright, now I'm possessed. Which is a good thing. I like how these are literally just like dogs with cleavers, like meat cleavers. It's such a silly idea, but I love it. Also, holy shit, that's a good set of nodes right there.
Everything dies.
Knew it chose that for the Chaos Orbs. I mean, yeah, because it's money. I mean, let's face it. You sit there and you're just playing the game, and then you drop money on the ground, and it's just like. It's great. Also, I forgot to use this. So yeah, the wiki was actually wrong in the fact that we don't know why Doreso ended up in here. He ended up here because he was trying to find a cure for Mervale.
People of the gutters, steal your marriage.
Oh, Barkul is dead.
Is at hand.
Barkul is fucking dead already. Hey, another one! Also, what the?
Adequate performance challenger, if a little messy. Yet Barkul and his stinking flock were simply an audition. Let us see how you fare in the grand arena of Theopolis.
I like how there's also just a couple of, there's just a couple of, like, just chickens.
Welcome to the grand arena of Theopolis. It is here that I first laid eyes upon my true purpose, my Lady Merveille. It is our inspiration that defines us. What do you fight for, gladiator? Hundreds of warriors tried to lay claim to the same title as I, but I defeated them all. Victory goes not to the able, but to the ambitious.
Oh, right, there's also lore in this area, if I remember right, so
I need more mana.
I'm gonna have to look around for that.
Die a death worthy of applause, gladiator.
Here we go.
At age 13, carving knife in hand, I killed beasts
for the amusement of the filthy. At 15, they thought me worthy to fight a fellow man. A butcher he was, twice as big and twice as stupid as I. I butchered the butcher, and many like him. Earned my way, kill by kill, out of the awful pit and into the grand arena. I thought I would find wealth and glory in the arena. I was wrong. I found something far more precious. My Lady Merveille.
Money? Was that another Chaos Orb? It was another Chaos Orb. What the fuck? What is this? I'm just getting free money at this point. All right. There's another bit of lore right here.
I knelt in the sand of the Grand Arena, awaiting the killing blow. I raised my eyes to look upon my death. Instead, I saw her, Merveille. Her beautiful eyes met mine, and I knew she saw me too. I turned my opponent's strike and killed the man with his own dagger. Fighting had always been about survival, the primal instinct to kill or be killed. Now, the fight became about something else. Love.
Oh, this is a tough choice. No, I'm gonna go with increased skill effect duration.
I need more mana.
Because that also goes for myself. Oh, everybody's dead. Soul Rend.
A battle worthy of song. The way you fight reminds me of how it feels to be possessed with the ideal of victory. Is your passion enough to claim a crown? We shall see. The previous King of Swords was a giant of a man, both faster and stronger than I. Yet I needed only look up at my Lady Merveille to know that I had no choice. I could not die this day. I made him shiver under every parry, striking with all of my might so that my arms felt they might snap with every impact. All the while, I studied his face, watching for that moment when he began to doubt. It took an hour, but finally it was there. Burning with pain, empty with exhaustion, I stepped inside his faltering swing and I slit the giant's throat. I did not take my victory bow. I knelt in the sun, looked to Merveille, and cried out for my lady's hand in marriage. From that day forth, I wore the crown of swords upon my head and the ring of eternal love upon my finger.
What? Heard what? Like this guy's voice, very, very soothing. It's just, you know, he talks too much.
A king of swords is nothing if he cannot defend his crown.
Holy shit! That's a lot of damage.
My lady. Just bloody die.
The Eye of Desire.
Sorry to have to break this to you, Duressa, but she's not real.
She's not real. Oh, it might have even been... No, because it was. Huh. It is a cruel joke that man was born with more intent than life. Alright, let's check everybody around here. See if anybody has anything to say. Probably not.
Yes.
As I've already talked with everybody about this sort of stuff. Nico,
Welcome.
you don't care about a whole lot. You're high on sulfide all the time.
What do you...
Very good.
Alright. Back to the crystal veins. Let's actually give this to Diala real quick.
Pried the desire from Duresso's dead hand, did you? Or is it dead again hand? Or re-dead hand? Or is undeath really just death with benefits? In which case, you didn't kill Duresso because he was already dead. It's all a bit of a grey area, really. And completely beside the point.
Alright.
Ta-ta, not to speak.
Oh.
Yet we're still one gem short. Go, not a cockroach, and relieve Calm of his fury.
Alright.
Bye-bye.
Also, I'm noticing that there's another... If my Chaos Golem could get out of the way. There's, like, other corpses that are stood here. If the idea was that Diala was supposed to act as fuel for this... Maybe Malachi ended up also getting someone else instead. Like other gemlings.
So
I dreamed of my ancestors' halls. They were empty. I dreamed of the north, of an offering left to us by Tukohama. An offering that will save the Karui. I needed only to take it. I gathered my finest 500. I brought them here. I claimed what Tukohama had promised me.
Ratongo!
I need more mana. When I'm ready, and not before.
Alright, this is usually the area that gives me the most trouble about this time because these enemies can be quite dangerous. And the walk back is stupidly ridiculous. Oh, that wasn't even the right path. Oops. Guess I went the wrong way. Some Chaos Golem leveled up. What's my damage looking like on this anyways? 7,048 chaos damage per second. Yeah, I'm feeling it. Is it affected by... It should be affected by my power charges. Hold on, let me kill all these enemies and then let my power charges run out. So I've got like 11 seconds of 5 power charges. So we let it kind of tick down. Goes from 5,045 to 3,572. So yes, it does actually. So power charge stacking would actually be a good way for me to gain more damage, like through using void battery and Malachi's loot. That's like a classic setup as well for casting. For crying out loud, if I need some like good damage on a Hierophant for totems, I'm usually gonna be playing that like right off the bat because it's actually nice and cheap by comparison to like getting an actually just good wand and whatnot.
We crushed the servants of Kitava beneath our heels as we marched across the land. I allowed not one of my 500 to fall. The blood of the ancestors surged in our veins, and each and every one of my warriors earned Tukohama's mark upon their skin. We descended into the heart of Rayclast, and there he came to me, Tukohama. He asked of me a sacrifice. I gave it willingly. My axe fell 500 times, the jade drinking its fill of Karui blood. Tukohama was pleased.
That wasn't Tukohama. That was not Tukohama. I don't need this. Get out of here. I was gonna say, I was just gonna make a joke like, I've met Tukohama. I know he's not like that.
I need more mana.
Okay, that wasn't so bad. Now for the actual hard part, as in the enemies are the hard part. Pukeko! I forgot this area has Pukeko. Look at them. Look at the little Pukeko. Look at them. They're so cute. How come New Zealand gets so many cool ass fucking birds? And cute ass birds. They get like the Pukeko. They get the kiwi, obviously. Which they're endangered because they're too stupid, and also they're, you know, they have to deal with invasive cats. Oh my god, the lag! What is going on?
The Eternals opened the gate and invited Kitava into this land. The Karui paid the price. Kitava cut us off from the ancestors, raised the remembered as his children, tortured our dreams. Kitava murdered the Karui way. I will found a new way, for I have been chosen. I gather my forces so that I might wage war on Kitava. I am the son of Tukohama, and I will lead the Karui back to glory.
Yeah, in general, though, I would highly recommend, if you're interested in animals at all, look into like various New Zealand animals. There's so many species that just exist there and like nowhere else. I think that goes for a lot of places, obviously, but like I think that New Zealand has some really fascinating ones, especially with how it's like, with how it is ingrained in Maori culture. It's very cool. It's very interesting. Like, oh, what was that lizard called? There was a lizard that's specifically found in New Zealand that is like very much in their culture. Hold on, I think it should be in my search history because I looked it up because it's cute. Tuatara! It's a Tuatara! They're so cute, I love them.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Just a random tormented spirit here. I mean, I guess this would make sense to be here because, you know, it's the belly of the beast and all that.
I need more mana.
Good job, little fella. I don't know. I feel like today I have a lot more energy than I used to, like in the last couple times I've played this. Probably because I haven't actually like done a live stream in a bit, so I'm like, yeah, I want to talk, I want to babble, I want to chat.
The moment your skin touched the corrupted soil of Rayclast, you were infected. Kitava has soaked this land in his filth. I will crush the corruption from your bones. Drain your black blood upon this sacred ground. Brothers and sisters, I honor you with a warrior's death. Your spirits will fight by my side when we march against Kitava. You will be given in service to Tukohama. You will be remembered with glory. Join your ancestors.
It is kind of sad when you consider that even in this state, he is asking his daughter for help, and technically something is answering, but
That's what you get for losing
it's
your
not his
teeth,
daughter.
Clown.
Fear becomes hatred, hatred becomes fury. Thus is man transformed, from martyr to maker. More reason for Lily Roth not answering DMs. Haven't made it there yet.
What is it, Exile?
We have not made it there yet, unfortunately. So, I could not say. We're only in Act 4 right now.
Fury and desire together again. Lovely and lovely. Facets so shiny, replete with the vim of murdered souls. My Malachi did the crafting. Beautiful work. General Adis did the murdering. Equally beautiful work, in its own juicy way. Num-num's time, my little rapture. Have you ever been to the end of the world before, my king? Asked the blackest monkey. No, I have not, realized the Monkey King. There is my reason to go where you go, be where you be, my king, concluded the blackest monkey in a voice as warm and welcoming as death. Do you know who wrote that? Not a cockroach? Victorio Navalius, the people's poet of Psalm. He was my friend, and I betrayed him. Took his love and burned it before his eyes. Now I am betrayed. My heart burned black by the one man I loved. Malachi. He's found a new heart, you see. A beast's heart to cuddle up to keep him warm and safe at the end of the world. Today, I remind Malachi of his betrayal. Today, it is his turn to burn.
Oh, I still love that sound, by the way.
Malachi's devices. His creations. He loved them all. Not me. He betrayed me then. Said he loved me. Then said he wanted me to die. He betrays me now. Lets me suffer. Lets me wither. Am I the one and only mistake that you ever made, Malachi? Yes, that's me. Diala, the Gemling Queen. Malachi's misdemeanor. Make him regret his mistake. Not a cockroach. Tear open the beast's black heart. Rip Malachi from his filthy little nightmare. Cut him. Crush him. Burn him from existence. He deserves no better. And I deserve no worse. No love for me. No love. No love. No love.
And 300 years of basically just non-stop rage at this guy for betraying her. Because honestly, what else are you going to focus on during that time?
Yes?
Alright, tell me about Diala. Also, you finally killed an Uber. Hell yes, congratulations.
The Gemling Queen has given of that black life of hers. For what? To wound and wake the beast that should have been slaughtered in its sleep. Diala's path would lead us into Cataclysm. Follow your own path from now on. May fear guide you.
Yes?
Talk to me about Duresso some more.
You killed the Sword King?
Duresso wasn't actually alive, Pataris.
Duresso must have thought he was alive.
True. Thinking and being. A bit of a blurred line here in Rayclast.
Exactly.
Lady Diablo should maybe get some therapy. Unless we're talking about Diablo 3 Lady Diablo, in which case, oh, mama. Anyways, Diala.
Diala saw the mistakes of the past with her own eyes, and now she's given everything to fix them. Right, Vanya?
I don't know, Pataris. I saw people die for each other in San. I saw clarity, resolution in their eyes. In Diala's eyes, I see ghosts.
Those eyes have seen horrors that we can't even imagine.
Maybe. But this sacrifice of hers, I think it was more like a deal, and Diala didn't quite get what she bargained for.
That makes sense.
Until next time.
Alright, Tasuni.
In life.
Talk to me about
death.
Kaum.
Nightmare gave Kaom everything he ever dreamed of. How did it feel to make that dream die?
And Duresso?
Duresso was always a good man at heart, chained to an eternity of love and triumph. You set him free.
And how about Diala?
When a boil is fat with infection, it glistens with the luster of false youth. Lance that boil, and it weeps its corruption away and shrivels to nothing. Whether by purpose or desire, you are the physician who has revealed Diala's truest nature. Tortured yet unbroken.
Alright. There's Diala.
What is that in your eyes? That glistening, that softness? Is that pity? Take those pitying eyes away before I pluck them from your face. I need but one thing from you now. Malachi. Dead. Take this. I've given everything else to him. My youth and beauty. My body and mind. My heart. And at last, the only thing he ever gave to me in return. My gemling power. This is all I have left. I entrust it to you. Not a cockroach. Malachi taught me not to trust anyone. It is time to forget everything that Malachi taught me.
Is there anything here that I really want? Ooh. Hang on, I kind of want to take this. Glorp, glorp, motherfucker.
They all leave me.
What the fuck is that kind of name? Alright, despair. We want to have more range. What's my level? Level 41. 4 more levels and I can use Enlighten support.
Speak
Right.
your mind.
Tell me more about... What are your thoughts on Diala right now?
Diala's hopes may be crushed, but ours still thrive. In you, Cursebreaker. From what Tasuni tells me, the beast's innards are now yours to penetrate. Diala has served her purpose. Now comes the time for you to serve yours. Find this Malachi that Diala mutters about so incessantly. If my understanding is true, then he is the mind of the beast. Kill him, and the body of Nightmare will die with him.
And Calm?
I am told that you have put King Calm down to his final rest. Cursebreaker, and now the murderer of legends. Great names hatch upon you like ticks on a roar.
I mean, that's one way to put it.
Go where you are needed.
In Act 4 Path of Exile, the Exile delivers Diala's divorce papers. I mean, they never were married. They were just kind of like, you know, he was just kind of leading her on when you think about it. Because that's the kind of asshole he is. Wait, 3 Chaos Orbs. But now we get to go into the belly of the beast.
It's not every day you get to walk into a living, breathing night.
That's actually a really cool entrance when you think about, like, how it has been up until this point. I like that. I like that a lot. Literally just seeing all the eyes, because like the eyes do follow you is the thing. All these eyes, they follow you. Also, Canker is sore. Val, animate weapon. I mean, I'll take it, but I'm not going to use it. Ooh. Couple orders of chance. Rewind to the start so you don't miss anything. Hey, totally fair. And honestly, these will always be up. These streams will always be up in the future for people who might have missed it. who might want to, you know, get the full experience. Always be there. And yeah, it's actually just a really good stream kind of thing to just turn on in the background, and as you're doing other stuff, just have some fun, you know? Like, that's why I like doing these streams, actually, is because of the fact that they're chill.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Cocoon! Nothing. Best of luck with farming the conquerors. That's a dead end. Oh yeah, and you can hear that little bit of the main theme in the music. Because that's meant to be like the tune of corruption, I guess. Like the... And who's here?
Be happy for me, sister. It's not often we get
Heidi.
to erase our failures.
I need more mana.
Wait, does she get damage resistance when she's doing that move? Could also just be that my damage isn't all that high. Oh, because my golem died.
Our mistakes can be our greatest achievements. That's twice I've underestimated you, sister. Twice now that your talents have proved to exceed even mine. So it looks like you'll be the one to finish what I so blindly started. Part of me wishes I'd died at your feet as was intended. The little girl within me that shies from darkness, from greatness. It was Malachi who reached out to me, who wrapped me in nightmare, made me his slave. He has shown me greatness beyond imagining, so much that I thought my mind would shatter under its weight. And although my mind remains intact, my dreams were not so fortunate. Malachi is in the beast's black core right now, harnessing all that the beast is and will be. He will destroy this world and forge it anew in the divine image of Nightmare. Yet as powerful as Malachi has become, he is neither unreachable nor invulnerable. He sacrificed much to become the beast's prime servant, both in spirit and in flesh, yet 3 vital organs remain. His heart, lungs, and entrails, keepsakes of humanity lost. They will be our tickets into Malachi's private little show. Venture deeper, deep into Nightmare's abattoir. I'll follow when I'm able. You find me those organs, and I'll get us into the black core.
Tell me about the Godless 3.
Malachi chose his 3 most loyal servants to guard those precious innards. His godless 3. Inquisitor Malagaro, Chevron of Umbra, and Doedri Darktongue. If the history books are accurate, High Templar Vol burned Malagaro and Doedri at the stake on his way to lay siege to Sarn. He didn't have to worry himself with Chevron. Brutus had already sorted her out. Yet slaves of Nightmare seem to be shackled just as tightly to life as they are to the beast. I, of course, am living proof of that. Don't worry yourself with that little detail, though. Shackles are made to be unlocked.
Hey, wait a minute, those were Roas.
It seems I've underestimated piety. Good. I like surprises.
The fuck is... Oh. Oh, that... Hang on, was that text? Oh, no, that's a crafting bench. Sorry, I keep getting distracted. My ADHD is getting the better of me.
I need more mana.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Before we walk this path together, it's important that you understand one thing about me. I don't regret a single thing that I've done. I set out to raise humanity up from the cloying mud of its fleshly ignorance. My mistake was not in the aspiration, but in the execution. Now I intend to correct that mistake. Really, I'm not helping you, Exile. You're helping me. So, have you found those juicy organs for me yet?
Still an asshole, I see. Tell me about Malachi.
Malachi knew exactly what he was doing when he created the Rapture. His primary concern, get inside the beast and take up the reins of true power. And his second objective, incite a cataclysm that would wipe the very thought of resistance from this land. The beast is the source of all thaumaturgy, the one power in this world that transforms what is real into what is imagined. The entire world is now at the mercy of one man's vision. It won't be the future I imagined, and it won't be the future you imagined either. While he remains within the Black Core, the only imagination that matters is Malachi's.
Got it. Because, yeah, it's also possible if it can turn reality to imagination, it could also be that it turns imagination to reality. Because that's usually how these sorts of magic systems work. It's not just a one-way street. And that's usually what thaumaturgy is about, you know, enacting one's will upon the world.
I shall preserve your beauty for eternity. Give in to grace. Such lovely material.
After Brutus, I'm glad I won't be seeing any more of your work.
My organs tether me to mortality like a chain. This chain holds me from my true potential. Well, the flip. Yeah, that's Chevron for you. She just does that sometimes. Don't worry. Malachi's dedication.
On this day, the eve of this rapture's completion, I honor those who have passed and whose passion and knowledge have brought us to the brink of salvation. Inquisitor Maligaro, a creative force without you. On this day,
I gotta start it over because
rapture's completion, I honor those who have passed and whose passion and knowledge have brought us to the brink of salvation. Inquisitor Maligaro, a creative force without equal. Chiron of Ambra, an athlete of transcendent sensibility. Doedri Taktan, an idol of fervor and dedication. You taught me far more than I ever taught you, my students. My friends, we strove to make a greater world together, and in your memory, I shall make that world a reality. Malachi.
I need more mana.
Oh wait, before I interact with that, or before I go to them. Oh, so okay. She does not have anything to say about getting any of the organs back. I'm okay with that because that means that I can actually like focus on just, you know, killing. Organs. His lungs.
We witches have to have some standards.
My lungs breathe the same air as the foolish and the weak. May I be yet another step removed from them. Unfortunately, as we'll see, mortals with pretensions of divinity and godhood is not exactly an uncommon thing in this universe. Considering all gods at one point in their existence were people in this universe.
I hate to be critical, but I've seen better.
My heart forces blood through my veins, but one who may bleed may die, and death is no fitting end to genius.
When I'm ready, and not before.
You've come such a long way since we first met in Axiom Prison. I was that close to snuffing you out then and there, sister. But now look at us, working together to destroy the greatest terror that Rayclast has ever known. If I were the crying type, it'd bring a tear to my eye.
Well, one thing that I really love about this in particular is you see the little hands here and the little eyes. It's just a silly face. That's all I can say. And then this is just like a mouth. I love that thing. All right.
I have been expecting you, witch. You and I are about to create the most beautiful of nightmares together. Will you go to bed now, little girl? Or do I need to tuck you in?
Now, Exile!
Oh, that's a lot of damage.
What?
Now, Exile!
Embrace the future.
Oh my god, that's a lot of damage.
This is what I get for trying to be a bloody hero. Who'd have thought you'd be so suited to the role? I was convinced I'd made a fatal mistake in sparing your life in Axiom prison. Fatal, yes, but a mistake? No. Go now, sister. It's up to you to teach Malachi the true definition of nightmare.
I hope he doesn't listen, Piety. That'll make it even more fun.
Am I playing Witch? Yes, I am playing Witch. I wish that I was playing Duelist for this one moment because of the fact that Piety literally mentions how he has a nice ass.
Now, let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare.
Holy shit. That's a lot of damage!
Nightmare gave me so much. Accept the gift of immortality.
See, this is why I like Soul Rend. This is fun.
Nightmare is the true eternal. Why are you so in love with death?
So frightened of the Witch. Now that you get better acquainted, it's really not so bad once you get to know it.
So that's not just the death of Malachi, but that's also the death of the beast.
What cannot be understood should be feared. It is the first rule that a child learns. There is no shame in my saying this. I fear you, Witch. I'm watching you.
It's obvious to everyone now.
There's no one like you, Witch.
The Beast learned that the hard way.
And the whole of Ray class will learn about it, one way or another.
So I guess this is the happily ever after they promised us when we were kids, right, Vanya?
For us. For Ray class, maybe. What about you, sister? Do you even know what that looks like for you?
There's plenty of happiness to go around now.
You deserve a piece of it. Piety. She still lives.
No.
She wants to die again.
She already
Permanently
did.
this time. I honestly don't know who I'm more scared of. The Beast or that black-hearted witch.
It's the combination that scares me. And it should scare you too, Exile.
Yeah, no worries. She's
Fine.
already dead.
Hello?
And Nico's got nothing to say about this, as usual. And I am just gonna go straight into Act 5, I think, because honestly, I wanna finish that up before I go on to do other stuff. Act 5 is, from what I remember, a fair bit shorter than the rest of it, but I will take a small break before I actually get into doing it, though.
Ah, Witch. I knew you would embrace the beast. Yet, I couldn't know that you would squeeze the very life from it. Honestly, didn't think you had that much love in you. Now, one thing remains to be seen. Your regard, your touch, your embrace can mean only doom for the loved. Please, choose your loves wisely, Witch, lest you break poor Oriath's heart. Yes, that's right. Oriath. Upon the mountain high, a gateway has opened. One that shall lead you back home. Hurry, for as the death throes of the beast soften and still, I see the gate beginning to close. Follow your heart, Witch, no matter how dark it becomes.
Tell me about Malachi's apprentices.
If Deshret were able, she'd thank you for dispatching her tormentors. Malachi's wicked little trio. You have to content yourself with my thanks instead. Deshret has been avenged, as is the way of the Marraketh. Tidiness helps one sleep at night, don't you think?
And gas?
Upon death, our bodies return to the ground. Those that are marked with darkness nourish the corruption. Those that were mighty in life are stolen away. They are carved and crafted, manipulated with malevolent creativity into becoming Malachi's servants, forged into ghasts of pure nightmare. Tortured yet unbroken.
Figures much.
The little girl walked into a dark, dark cave. The little girl met a dark, dark beast. The little girl ate its dark, dark heart. My Malachi is dead. I knew it, felt it, understood it the moment you struck the final blow. I was the Gemling Queen, and now my king is dead. We dreamed only the greatest dreams, Malachi and I. A truly eternal empire, eternal life, eternal love, a future no longer afraid of the past. Eternal lies, eternal loss. Those are our true gifts to Rayclast. This land could not have asked for a worse king and queen. Rayclast leaves the past behind it now. Malachi's past. My past. It thanks you, not a cockroach. It loves you. I wish that I could do the same.
Your mom saw the stream and said Cryptic was cute? Oh my gosh. Well, she's got good taste at least. Alright, piety.
The little cockroach witch. Malachi chose her. Chose her over me. Use her then. Use her as Malachi uses her. Burn betrayal with betrayal. It's all they deserve.
Fair enough.
Still, I live.
I was right to have faith in you, Cursebreaker. You have succeeded where we have failed. You have slain a creature that was thought to live forever in the minds of those who came before you. Vol, Daresso, Kaum, Deshret. The greatest champions Rayclast has seen in the last 300 years. You stood where they fell. Now you are the champion of champions, and Rayclast should bow at your feet in gratitude. You certainly have my gratitude, and that of my Akara. We have been exiled from our land by fear and misguided duty. Now we may return, to ride where we will, live how we wish. Cursebreaker, giver of freedom, we thank you.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things that happen
Gear.
because of the fact that, you know, we actually killed the beast. Like, for one, obviously, the undead should no longer rise. Because the few lingering bits of corruption that exist, yes, they still
What is
exist.
it?
But, at the same time, that lingering corruption can only power, you know, so many creatures as a whole. On top of that, well, there is a new threat that we have to deal with now. Oh yeah, also, you know, the whole world ending thing, the whole cataclysm, all that stuff, not gonna happen. Technically, we saved the world, so that's good. Unfortunately, that's kind of, the beast is kind of like the wall of flesh in that regard, because now hard mode has been enabled. And I will actually talk about that more later once I actually take a small break, because I need to make myself some more coffee and kind of walk around a little bit. I would highly recommend y'all do the same thing. Obviously, if you're watching this in the future, it'll probably not, this section will not be in the stream, but yeah. Yeah, I will be back in a little bit. Let's put this up. All right, talk to y'all later. Got me some coffee, got some exercise in. And we should be ready to go. I fucking closed my Firefox. No! Hold on. Where's my live page? How do I go live? AFK is on. I don't care about your AFK being on. I'm struggling. I've been doing YouTube for like 8 years at this point, and I don't know how this works. Go live. There we go. There's the page. It's not important to have it up very often. It just kind of gives me stats, but like it's annoying nonetheless. I mean, I literally have a chat. I have a chat window in OBS, so I don't need that open all the time. I just like doing it because it lets me see what the viewer count is and where in the stream we are. Yeah, now
I've mastered Ray class. Time to return to Oriath.
Now we get to go back to Oriath.
I need more mana.
I'm frozen. I should have known that I'd get frozen in this area. This is the frozen area. Yeah, the ascent and subsequently the descent are both areas with a lot of freeze. Mainly because of the goat shaman. I still love the idea of the cats that give you turbo cancer if you touch them. Like that's what I'm using as a skill. Now, from what I remember, the next 6 acts were actually added in one update. So not only was, okay, so at first the game only went up to Act 3. Then they added Act 4, and then afterwards they added 5 through 10. Just all in one update. What do I want? Increase damage while wielding a wand. So I can use that. All right. resonator instructions. This is what I've been a little curious about, is what the fuck is this?
Captain Tavares, altitude is imperative to forging a stable connection with the prime resonator in Theopolis. Power source is equally vital. Locate a fissure in the mountainside and lower a conductive cable into it. The deeper, the better. It will take an immense amount of thaumaturgical energy to execute the successful disintegration and transmission of objects, both inanimate and animate, between Highgate and Theopolis.
Oh.
For that kind of power, we must tap the origin. I needn't remind you of the consequences should either of those elements prove deficient. That is why I would like you, Tavares, to be the first to test the resonator once it is operational. Accountability is a perfect counterweight to ambition. High Templar Dominus.
Got it. So that's why this wouldn't be open for very long, is because of the fact that, you know, it's making direct use of the beast's energies. That makes sense.
I am going to show them how right they were to fear me.
Just love that. You can just see him up there, just threatening you. Yeah, welcome to the slave pens of Oriath.
I need more mana.
Of course, usually the slaves were Karui. Like 9 times out of 10, they were Karui. Because ain't nothing like a good enslaving of indigenous people, am I right, fellas? I love colonialism. I don't. I really don't. I should mention this is a joke. Ironically, though, they couldn't, from this part forward, they could not get the Shadow or the Marauder's voice actors back. So the Marauder has nothing to say about any of the happenings from this point forward. Which is really funny because of the fact that, like, you know, he's the one Karui guy you get to play as. Ka-ching. Overseer Crow. Anyways, he's dead now.
Is that all? I expected so much more.
To be fair, you did just kill, like, an eldritch abomination, lady. Like, what's one guy?
Seems there's a rebellion on. How quaint.
Ha! After everything I've done, it took an Oriathan to get these slaves up off their shackled asses and fighting. I guess the Templar should have treated their lessers better than their slaves, eh? Well, I'm not about to turn down a gift from Kitava.
Why the fuck are the goblins so loud?
Then let's remind these Templar that they're flesh and blood, just like us. Utsula Makora is what they call me. I'm what passes for a chief around here. Well, I put the steel in their hands. I tell them where to stab, where to run, where to die. If that doesn't make me a chief, what does, eh? Blood isn't the only currency we need to earn to buy our freedom. We can kill all the Templar mongrels we like out there. It won't matter a damn if we don't get inside their stronghold, the Templar courts. Might as well put my bloody chains back on right now. Problem is, there's some sort of witchery surrounding the place.
The problem is also that Utsula is just very, very quiet.
Eyes are getting in there. The power of innocence. It's all in the eyes, you see.
Like, they had to turn his volume from 100% to, like, 113% or something like that, you know? Like,
The ever-faithful
just
Justicar
up a little bit.
Justicus. He's there in the control blocks right now, smiting my people with self-righteous fury. Find him and rip his faithful eyes out. Then I'm sure the good Justicar will be kind enough to see you into the Templar courts.
Alright. In goblins. Tell me about High Templar Avarius.
With Dominus away in Rayclast, someone had to keep the wheels of oppression turning. Avarius was only too happy to take the job. It had plenty of practice already, of course. It was Avarius who led some of the largest and most crippling raids upon the Ngāmakanui and the Ngākura McCoy. It was on his orders that men, women and children were shackled and shipped like cattle to Theopolis. Avarius who spent 5,000 Karui lives building his Templar courts and his Chamber of Innocence. Who had wives and daughters scrub their husbands' and fathers' blood from the stones so as to preserve their purity. When you meet Avarius, feel free to exact a little extra vengeance in the name of Karui's suffering.
Will do, man. Don't gotta tell me twice. Alright, Templar Courts.
There's two parts to the Templar. The grim face and the spotty ass. Out front, you've got the Templar Courts. Usually the last place our Hatungor see if they're stupid enough to preach their craft within a Templar's hearing. Oriath's woodmongers must do a roaring trade with that place. When the wind blows right, you can even smell the aroma of barbecue blasphemer from here. The arse end, that's the Chamber of Innocence. It's where the real earnest believing gets done. Where the young Templar go to pay their respects to God Almighty and get the good sense baptized out of their heads. I've not seen the inside of the chamber myself, but you can feel it from over a block away. Like there's an eye in your gut, peering through your insides, looking for even the tiniest stain of sin. I tell you, sane people go in one end of that place, ash and apostles come out the other. Watch yourself in there.
This god, Innocence.
Old Red Eyes. He's been quiet for a long time. Just like Kitava and Tukohama. All of the old gods. Now Innocence has woken up, and with him, power like I've never seen the Templar wield before. It's all right though. We slaves, we've got our own god looking out for us now. I can see him in the eyes of my brothers and sisters, smell him in the blood we've spilled, hear his call in the screams of the fallen. I don't rightly know where the gods have been or what's brought them crawling back, nor do I really care. All I need to know, my friend, is that we're not alone anymore.
This Kitava. Who is he?
Well, I know his other names. The Black Spirit, the Cannibal King, the Ravenous One. He was all of those things before Tukohama slashed out his eyes, before Valakor drowned him in the sea, before Hinekora whipped him and condemned him to immortal darkness. Kitava has learned from the suffering inflicted upon him. Learned what cruelty is from his own flesh and blood. Learned what it means to be a slave. Now he hungers for freedom. Not merely for himself, for all of us who have suffered under whip and shackle. Kitava is the tormented one, destined to rise up from the darkness and banish cruelty from this world. And we, his children, rise with him.
Okay. This tower.
Overseer's Tower, this place is called. And you know the worst thing about the men who stood here, watching us, cursing us, descending to whip and kick us like curs? They were slaves, like us, willing to turn on their brethren for a bigger cage and a few extra rations. I can't quite put into words what a pleasure it was to take this tower, to rip the greedy eyes from those traitors. Did they see it coming? I hope so.
And the slave pens?
Take a deep breath. Inhale the twin stink of exploitation and oppression. Yes, these pens and cells have been our home away from home since the first Karui were brought here by Marseus Lioneye, their great hero of the Empire. One of the best slavers they ever had. Not that he was the only one. Captain Sigmund Fairgraves funded many an expedition off the whipped backs of Karui children. High Templar Dominus was only the latest in a long line of men to grow rich by trading in misery. Oriathan wealth was built on Karui poverty. Oriathan gold will forever be stained red by Karui blood.
I just have to point out the line once again. Fairgraves was a good man. It just keeps aging more and more poorly.
An exile returned.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to turn up the audio.
Rising out of the darkness to claim the souls of our enemies, like Hinekora in the stories my mother used to tell me. Well, your divine intervention gave us just the diversion we needed to take this tower. So if you keep doing things like that, then I might have to start believing in the gods again. And thank you for finishing off that last overseer for us. I don't know what sort of mother could have birthed that land-loving whale, but we were lucky he wasn't here when we took this tower. He'd have spread us across the floor like butter on a piece of bread. Here, take something for helping us in this hopeless fight of ours.
Oh, what is my lowest resistances right now? Lightning and cold resistance. So I want this. All right, Utula.
Few of us can say that we've devoted our lives to anything greater than ourselves. Can you? I think Utula can. Since the day I met him, I've seen Utula do nothing that wasn't in the service of his people. He's a smart one. He could have escaped. He could have sailed off to Namakanui and never looked back. Yet there he stands, our herald of freedom. I might die of this wound, yet I'd be giving but a fraction of what Utula has to honor the Karui way.
Change some of this around. What about the uprising?
We'd been planning it for months, spreading the word, stealing weapons, gathering support. Utula and his followers did most of the dirty work. I just carried a few messages here and there. Should have known I'd end up like this when the real fighting started. In the darkest hour before dawn, that's when we broke our chains. And as many overseer necks as we could wrap our hands around. We took the Panopticon as the sun rose over Theopolis, and that's as far as we got. When you're up against cold steel and colder hearts, there's only so far that anger will take you. Remember, we do this for hello.
All right, Valenta.
Unlike these assorted ignorami, I'm not surprised to see you here. The beast is dead, all thanks to you, I suppose. I was listening to the beast's death rattles when these lunatics broke in, wrecked the place, and dragged me here to tend to their cuts and bruises. Thankfully, I was able to bring some of my paraphernalia with me. The balance of power is shifting in your favor, O murderer of nightmares. If I am in possession of anything that might smooth the transition of governance, don't hesitate to ask. You'll find my terms quite reasonable. Some time ago, I fabricated a device able to sense and amplify the corrupt murmurings of Rayclast, a miasmeter. I listened to those whispers for years, lingering beyond sane comprehension. And then the scream. Such profound agony that my mind was nearly sundered by its percussion. I thought another cataclysm might be upon us. But no, it was you, slaying the beast. I was witness to a singularly potent cadence. This corruption, I am convinced that it holds the very key to our human history, and with it, our very existence. Yet without the miasmeter, I'm condemned to deafened ignorance. It remains in Piety's laboratory, as long as Utula's miscreants haven't vandalized the poor thing. Find it.
So Valenta is also a thaumaturge, is what I'm hearing. Tell me about Piety.
I gave Piety everything.
Yep.
Devoted my life to her work. What did that thankless bitch do for me in return? Left me here to polish her beakers while she pursued glory in Rayclast. Oh. You killed her, did you? Likely as not, you'd have killed me too had I been there. In that case, perhaps we both got exactly what we deserved.
And your research?
Piety and I have devoted ourselves to the betterment of the human condition. As for our methods, Piety had a saying that summed it up nicely. Would you consider the feelings of the stones when constructing a glorious cathedral in the name of God? Casticus supplied us with slaves, mostly Kardui, and I put them to good use. In fact, I believe their participation in my experiments elevated them from squalor to splendor. Our subjects were able to give their otherwise meaningless lives to something greater than themselves. Isn't that what we all want in the end?
Not all of us. High Templar Avarius, what are your thoughts?
Avarius, innocence. I'm not sure there's a great deal of difference. Around the time I heard the beast's mortal scream, the newly appointed High Templar Avarius went through something of a revelation. The manner in which he speaks and acts now would indicate that he believes, without doubt, that he is some earthly embodiment of God. That's faith for you. It'll reduce grown men to the madness of infancy.
Now about this Justicar Casticus.
I can't really fault Justicar Casticus. A man committed, heart and soul, to upholding the law. Of course, law isn't the same thing as justice, and men like Casticus lack the imagination necessary to make that distinction.
Yeah, fair. Utula. Thoughts?
Utula might appear to conduct himself with honesty and honor, yet has all the telltale signs of a desperate man born of desperate times. As the cornered animal will bite and claw, the cornered man will lie, steal, and murder in the name of survival. It's understandable, and deadly if underestimated.
And Lonnie?
In contrast to the company she keeps, Lani has quite an astute mind. I put it down to that Oriathan education she's managed somehow to procure. Whilst quelling whatever resistance you might meet in this noble coup of yours, you'd be well advised to look to Lani for counsel. She'd make the finest of advisors. Second only to myself, of course.
Yeah, you gotta prop yourself up there a little bit, huh?
Tootles.
You need something?
Alright. What are your thoughts on Lonnie?
Lani's a pretty tough girl for a half-blood. Her mother was Karui, but her father, a lord with a nose for island flowers. Despite that Oriathan stain in her blood, Lani risked her life time and time again, slipping us the information that she bore between the lords and ladies of Theopolis. Honestly, couldn't have put the pieces of this uprising together without her. And she's a fighter, Struck down 2 overseers before a third managed to put that scratch on her. Don't worry, it won't slow her down for long. Not Lani.
And Valenta?
If it weren't for Lani, I'd have cut that bitch's throat the moment I met her. But Violenta seems to know her medicine, so she gets to live. Until Lani is better. Then Violenta will answer for her crimes against us.
Fucking loud-ass goblins.
Hello.
Alright, Lonnie. What are your thoughts on Valenta?
I'd be dead right now if not for Violenta. I just hope I live long enough to repay her. And how will I do that? By talking Utula out of his inclination to slice Violenta's throat open. As far as I'm concerned, our pasts are as broken as our chains. For freedom.
Okay, let's go ahead and actually, like... Oh, God, my dexterity is too low. Great, so this is going to need dexterity on it. That has dexterity on it. And a suffix modifier. Need cold and lightning. Cold and lightning. Alright. I don't need to necessarily balance my resistances more, but I'm going to just because I know, well, this helmet is item level 29, this is level 34, this is level 31. I'm not getting rid of my Tabula Rasa anytime soon, and I could absolutely use a new belt because this is item level 15. Yeah, let's go ahead and do a little bit of re-gearing. Let's see, armor. That. Really no gloves to be had? Well, I mean, there are gloves to be had, but they... Never mind. For some reason, I always think that those are like energy, or not energy, evasion and armor base types, like hybrid. All right, I need...
Hello.
You have gamble. So I'm gonna talk to you about gambling for... So do I go with armor? Would I be able to handle just raw armor? No. No, I wouldn't. Rusted coif!
Farewell.
If these goblins are getting on your nerves, imagine how I feel. Alright. I need movement speed. I need movement speed. I need movement speed. There's 15% movement speed. Not as much as what I have, but that's okay. That'll do. That'll do. That'll do. Helmet. Doesn't really need anything as far as I'm aware. Yeah, let's move these so that I can see. What do I need? Cold and lightning resist would be good. That's fire resist. Or cold and fire resist. Cold and fire resist, my bad. Fire and chaos resist. Damn it, it already has another suffix though. Lightning resist? No. Nope. Cold and lightning? I mean... That's a thing that is actually kind of decent, so I'm gonna use it anyway. Still need more fire resist. Holy shit, that's also got another suffix on it. Hang on a minute. That's actually a really good set of gloves. It has strength on it. Alright, well, I guess I'm gonna be putting strength on these gloves.
I've not the muscle for that.
There we go. My fire resistance is, bad. Alright, has a mod of this type. Fuck. Yeah, I'm gonna re-roll this a bit. Oh, hey, it's 3 suffixes though. 3 suffixes. This is not going good. What does this look like? If I add fire resist to this, then it should actually be fine. Ref, no. All right, let's get a... I should absolutely get another... I should get a better... No, actually, that's a really good 2-stone ring now that I'm looking at it. That's a lot of maximum life, and that's some pretty decent resistances at the moment.
Freedom comes to those.
All right, let's see. Yeah, let's go ahead and get a rustic sash, because she doesn't have any leather belts. Is this load-bearing? Yeah, it's a little bit load-bearing. Okay. Just need more strength. If I can get strength and fire resistance at the same time, that would actually be a really good combo. That's lightning resist. Strength and armor. Strength and lightning. That's a lot of resistances. Hey, it has a suffix. Hang on. I can do this. So. There we go. So, how are my defenses looking? They will almost certainly not be affected at the end of the act. So that's good. And if they are, I can swap out my tabula rasa, which I should technically do because I can get access to... I'm pretty sure 6 links are also super cheap right now. Hold on. Let's look at a minimum of 6 links. Armor, having a minimum of 1, evasion max 0, and then whatever else happens to be the case. I think, yeah, I'll go for an armor energy shield based up. Let's see. So there's those requirements. The maximum level should be 43. And also, I do not want anything unique. I want something rare. There's nothing. Okay, so if I get to level 47, then I can get this, which would be... So yeah, it looks like level 48, and yeah, these are super fucking cheap, actually. Wow, these are... God damn, these are actually very nice. Look at that. That's 2 suffixes and 2 prefixes? Yo, give me that.
Could do.
I can't use it yet, but I will. Later. While I'm at it, we'll put this in the storage and move on from this area so we don't have to listen to the fucking goblin. Yeah, so that's where I usually... Generally, that's where I'll sit down and be like, okay, I need to redo all my resistances and whatnot. Because it's a good time to do it, because this area... Or this act can be a little bit scary at times. Yeah, I didn't think that the goblins were that bad whenever I first started playing the game, and then I started doing these live streams, and I get it now. No, I don't want the... Get out of here. There we go. My Skeletal Shrine, which I believe also gives me extra chaos damage, or at least that's what it did with Screams of the Desiccated. Back when that was a thing. Thank fuck it's gone. It's kind of an ongoing joke that I hated the Screams of the Desiccated. A unique belt where as long as you don't use any, like, flasks, you gain insane shrine benefits. We shall peer at these cosmic wonderments as they wake and writhe within that deep and nameless dark. All right.
Thaumaturgy and science combined. That's rather clever.
Even had my Chaos Golem summoned. Here we go. Just watch this hell just get destroyed in real time.
Perfect for my collection.
Eyes blazing with holy flame, the pilgrims saw a great palace descend from the burgeoning sky, its gates barred against the unfaithful. Yeah, if it's not obvious, this religion that the Templars have is basically heavily based around Christianity. I believe Catholicism, but I'm not too knowledgeable in that sort of thing. Alright, but before we go any further, let's go back to the tower.
These people have no idea their time is almost up.
So we can give Valenta...
I simply can't express how wondrous it is to see. What? No, not you, Exile. The miasmeter. The hope of humanity lies in this beautiful device and the precious knowledge it shall divulge. Far more useful than an accidental hulk of meat and instinct like yourself. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised to discover that your slaying of the beast correlates directly to the strife we must currently suffer. At least you've proved useful enough to return the miasmeter to me. That deserves some small reward, I suppose.
Book of skill!
Thank you. By killing Casticus, you've given us a fighting chance. And about his eyes, I'm sorry you had to do that. Yet although Utula's solution might seem brutal, I've seen Karui men blinded with a hot poker, simply for looking a fraction too long at an Oriathan lady. Yes, this is war. And just a little revenge, too. Take something. A token of our thanks.
God damn. If you need any more confirmation that these people are fucking horrible, I'll take a different amethyst flask. Tell me about Justicar Cassicus, because he's dead now.
So you made Justicar Cassicus see the light, did you? Couldn't have happened to a nicer fella. Yet now I've an even more charming chap for you to make the acquaintance of. He's over at the Chamber of Innocence, beyond the Templar Court. It's High Templar Averius I'm talking about. Although he's so filled to the eyeballs with innocence that it's hard to tell where the man ends and the god begins these days. Well, that's good news for us. Kill the man, and you kill the god. And what are the Templar without their god? Lambs in a slaughterhouse.
Oh.
Talakura.
I get it. So the real reason that he's doing this is so that he can essentially... basically, if innocence is the source of their power, technically, then they would gain the upper hand by, you know, cutting that power off, which makes sense. Ooh. Immune to bleeding corrupted blood? Nah, I'm not doing that. I'm gonna increase. That's actually kind of decent. All right. Just to make sure, let me talk with everybody,
Yes.
make sure that I've gotten all the information. Get out of here! I activated the goblins, I'm sorry. Anyways. So now we're in Oriath, finally. And, yeah, just first sight.
I need more mana.
I'm sorry, that's just too funny. I don't want to. Oh my god. I don't know. Killing innocents is funny sometimes. I mean, technically not innocent, considering, you know, they let this all happen. That's a lot of projectiles, though. Holy. Alright, let's also get this. So I have 30% increased damage while wielding a wand. I'm stupid. I'm really stupid. I am so stupid. Increased damage while wielding a wand. That's a pretty big fucking wand. I need to use something different. Hold on. I genuinely didn't think that. I didn't think that I was that. Oh. Oh. That's funny. I'm not even upset. I'm not even upset. That's just really funny. Yeah, it's a two-handed wand. Oh, I could get that in it. That would actually handle my strength and dexterity problems, technically, but I'll wait on that. Just realized Utula and Katava's plan is to literally eat the rich. Yes, literally. Their whole thing is anarchism. Because how long have we been doing that? 3 levels. Don't worry, it's not long. But yeah, his whole plan is eat the rich because it's very much in line with modern day anarchism. Because you'll notice a lot of parallel. I personally, growing up, I knew someone who was a very big anarchist, and very much it's very similar where I'm like, I can't really fault you because I agree there's fucked up problems with the world right now, but plunging it into full-on chaos is not the way to progress. I'm sorry. But that's me, you know? Yeah, actually, I could get this. This would be just more mana more damage for my mana. Also, reservation efficiency, because that freed up a lot of my reservation. I'm so used to leveling with wands that I usually take the wand nodes like that, but yeah, this time I couldn't.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Path of Exile is just a chaos-centric Shin Megami Tensei game. Until you realize that, you know, chaos is also not a good option in this case. And here we got the Templar Corpse.
I swore they would suffer for exiling me, and I always keep my promises.
That's what you meant, phrase that wrong? Yeah, exactly. yeah, it's alright, it's alright. Because, yeah, right now, the entire reason we're doing this is so we can get revenge on High Templar Various and everyone. Because, honestly, every exile has a reason to do this. Because they want to see, you know, they've been wronged by society in Oriath, and so they have a reason to tear it down. Unfortunately, they then realize that there's other people involved, and that, you know, maybe tearing down the world as a whole is probably not a good idea. It's weird how positive this game's story can be at times, because it's like, yeah, you have elements like that where it's like, yeah, we're gonna burn everything to the ground because nothing can live. Nothing is allowed to exist anymore. But then it's like you also learn that, you know, there is a hope if people are willing to come together and unite to make a better future. That's what I find interesting about this story. And it's honestly one of the things I like about dark fantasy like this, is because dark fantasy does still have that light moment. It may be, you know, muddled and whatnot. It may be shit flavored and everything. But you know what? It's still hopeful. I mean, that's why I love the Dark Souls series as much as I do, is because it is a series about overcoming hardships and tough times to create a better future that you believe in. Whatever that future may be. I don't know if I missed any books, but this is where we're going to get a bit more information on Innocence.
Something different.
Because Innocence has obviously been mentioned a few times before. But we actually get to learn more about Innocence. That's why you hate 40k, it's just so negative all the time. Yeah, I hate to admit that's part of the reason why I never got into it. I know that there's lighthearted things like the orcs and whatnot, because fucking hell, come on, orcs are cool. But like, and obviously there's also like Skaven and whatnot. Everybody loves Skaven. But it's like, honestly, I just find the story to be too negative all the time. It's also why I didn't really like vibe with Elden Ring's story as much, because it was a lot less positive. It was basically, at the end of the game, you choose your flavor of shit that you want the world to become. That's what it is. All right. As this titan of sin rose to its many feet, Innocence knew that the village was lost. With an anguished cry, he committed it to the flame. As town and titan burned, the sky turned dark with the ash of sin. There, amongst the raging ruins of his home, Innocence swore an oath. No matter where the ashes of sin fell, his purifying flames would rise to meet them. Like, even for me, I have an entire dark fantasy thing that I'm making built, actually, mostly in part thanks to the fact that this game exists. If you've ever heard me name Massacre before, it's like, if you've ever heard me say the name Massacre for a story, that's what I'm talking about. I want it to be, even though it is a dark fantasy thing, it is a bright future in the end. Let's see. You know what? Ooh, actually, no, Mana and Life. I forgot. That's a good set of nodes. Okay. So this is the history of Innocence. When the mother of two broke bread, she allowed Innocence to eat his fill. As reward for his virtuous nature, Sin was cast the scraps to remind him of his worthless ways. Yet the punishment only served to feed Sin's lusts. Before his brother's eyes, Sin stole a fish from the market and lied to the watchman who caught him. Sin then beat his brother until a promise of silence was extracted. It's Christianity, but more violent. Which is saying something, because it's Christianity's pretty fucking violent, actually. Like, have you read the Bible? There's some shit going on in there. All right. Innocence could keep a promise made in fear. Could not keep a promise made in fear. He bore witness and testimony to the mother of two, and it was decided between mother and son that sin was beyond rule and redemption, that only purification could cleanse his burgeoning corruption. The village gathered to watch Sin become ash and breathe deeply of the smoke that poured from his screaming mouth. Sin filled their lungs, their minds, and their hearts. A lot of murder. Yeah, I mean... yeah, a lot. This is the triumph of innocence. Waves crashed upon the shores of Oriath. Waves of hunger. Waves of desire. The ravenous god and his starving multitude, rising with the tide, flooding our streets with death and depravity until innocence cried out no more. Bathing our city in fire, scorching the wicked to ash and bone, the ravenous god fled into the embrace of our glorious savior. Driven down he was into the soil, stone, and beyond into damnation. By the will and light of our innocence, High Templar of Arius. I must kill the firstborn son of everyone that lives here. You know, as you do. Innocence lived with an honest and pure heart, never straying from his mother's word. Sin filled his heart with lies and indulgence, and deafened his ears to his mother's pleas. Ah! Innocence watched sin take root in the bodies of men and women and children. He witnessed them turn on each other, first with words, then with fists. Friends and kin embraced it in mortal struggles, their skin weaving with skin, flesh bonding with flesh, bone entwining with bone, until the village had become one writhing giant, forged of strife and hatred. That's the origin of the beast. That's the origin of the beast. Because Sin had the seed of corruption that he was then able to use in order to create the beast. This is even lore in the second game. On that day, two were born of their mother's womb. Innocence with eyes burning red, Sin with eyes clearest of blue. I swear there was more around here. There has to be more around here. But I don't know if I'm going to be able to find it. Wonder if some of it was retroactively added. I don't fully know, but I do know of one thing that was added in here before it was in Path of Exile 2.
The world must be cleansed of impurity.
Let's start with you, shall we?
Kneel!
When I'm ready, and not before.
I am the Emperor.
Also, that is a big man when you think about it. Look at him, he's tall.
Eternal. I am innocence.
That power, incredible.
I am the storm. I am the torch.
So yeah, it was in fact, it was really real. It was in fact the fact that Avarius was believing that he was the embodiment of God. Yeah, he basically was. Innocence had apparently managed to, you know, I was gonna make a joke about Xenoblade 1, but then I remembered that most people would probably not understand it, but, you know.
Rise! am the Emperor.
Innocence! You, and only you, I shall save. I am Sin, the Forgotten One. Would that humanity could forget all of my kind. Perhaps with your help, that might still come to pass. For now, the blinding light has been dimmed, and darkness floods in to fill the void. The desperate and depraved set a feast for their lord incumbent, Kitava, the Ravenous One. Should Kitava accept their invitation, there is but one thin sliver of hope for us all. My brother's sign of purity. Look to it in the choking passages of Templar reverence. It shall be your torch when night falls at last.
All right, tell me about Innocence.
He lives, after a fashion. That pretentious little vessel of his served only to encourage his divine follies. I have procured him a more sensible host. One that should contain his excesses and temper that fragile ego of his. Hear this, brother. From mind of lead to heart of gold, your soul shall be bound, your wrath shall grow cold.
All right. What are your thoughts on the fall of Oriath?
Though I am a god, I have not forgotten my humanity. I care for that which I once was. Kitava remembers nothing and cares for nothing but his own hunger and greed. He is an endless pit of gnashing teeth and churning guts. While other gods rise on the mainland and fight for the meager scraps of what was, Kitava has the most fecund and formidable civilization of his age at his disposal. He can feed when he likes, and he grows ever stronger with each morsel. All of Oriath shall soon belong to Kitava, and if that happens, he will rise beyond even our reach.
So that's why Kitava is so strong as a character, as a boss, because the more he eats, the stronger he becomes. Makes sense, actually. Tell me about this sign of purity.
Deep in the Templar's ossuary, in the company of the dead, there lies the sign of purity. Innocence bled himself for the creation of that cruel and desperate weapon. Tempered in his own ruby ichor, it was forged to be a transcendent tool of punishment and purification. The sign is a living agent of righteousness, or at least the dubious kind of righteousness that my brother subscribes to. Innocence found in the first High Templar a most faithful servant, and gifted the sign to him so that it might be used in times of great need. The great need of Innocence believers, that is. Humanity's general well-being has never been of particular concern to my brother.
I've conquered one god already. What's one more?
That also makes sense why Sin looks like this, because he was literally burned at the stake.
What in damnation have you done?
Think it's harder for the Templar to kill his god and then start working with the devil. Technically, the religion of Innocence has no knowledge of sin, except for the fact that, you know, he fell. But also, he does actually have a voice line about that. He actually specifically say, he does actually talk about the fact that it's like, when God strays from the path of righteousness, when the God strays from the path, it is the righteous who must right him. I was like, that's actually a really interesting way to put it, because of the fact that, like, this is a guy who literally killed his own god, and yet he's still like, nah, dude, this is gonna work. This will work out. I believe. I trust it.
You've destroyed him, and yet I hear the voice of innocence, begging for our forgiveness, asking for our help. You and I heard him the moment the High Templar fell, whispering inside my damn skull, his heart beating within my chest. Innocence protects us now, holds fast the door against the murderous tide that rushes to meet us. He wants you to pass through that door, to bring order to the chaos beyond. I don't understand any of this. Moments ago, I was just a soldier obeying his High Templar, Bannon the Nobody. Now, my God lays inside my head, telling me to let you through that door and to make my way to Overseer's Tower, if it still stands. It does? All right. I don't know what's waiting for you out there, but should you survive it, I'll see you at Overseer's Tower.
Oh yeah, the Templar does also freak out about it a little bit.
I hear them.
Because he ends up just going, because Bannon goes, what in damnation have you done? And then here he just goes, what in damnation have I done?
I like it.
But yeah, with their god being, you know, out of commission, the Kitava, the cultists of Kitava are now able to overrun the city no problem. But this also means some other things about them, because if Kitava gets stronger by, you know, eating others, then that means that maybe his followers are doing the same thing in hopes of becoming more powerful. In fact, I'm pretty much positive that that is the case. I believe that they do resort to cannibalism in order to become more powerful themselves. But on top of that, they're also giving it to Kitava, who his entire goal is to just eat and eat and eat and eat and nothing else, because that's what he does. He's the Kaguroi god of chaos. This is just really cool, though. Like, playing this, finally, after not paying attention, pretty damn awesome, actually. So who's Kitava's feeder? All of his followers? Probably eats the feeders as well. Let's be real. Silk slippers, the bones of allure.
When I'm ready and not before.
Well, I'm possessed now, and I have the ice explosion. But yeah, this is what I'm talking about by the whole idea of anarchy not being the answer, because yes, anarchy has resulted in overthrowing the government, which is a good thing. But the thing is, anarchy is a hunger that continues to consume. Anarchy is a self-sustaining...
Had I the time, I could raise an endless...
It's a self-sustaining cycle. It is going to continue to lust for more and more. It is going to need more and more It's going to constantly hunger, and it requires feeding more and more until there's nothing left. That's why anarchy is not the solution. that we thought it was. A little bit of anarchy can go a long ways, but it continues. It will continue to fester. It will continue to power. It will continue to overpower and just constantly fight. It's a very interesting story plot point that feels way more relevant nowadays than any other time, I'd say. And this is what I'm talking about whenever I talk about like how video game stories can be very, 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 very good at like portraying various things, because you as the player helped with this. Wrought from blood and gold, innocence fashioned a weapon of tempered purity, capable of banishing darkness and bringing order to the chaos in men's heart.
The more I feel of divinity, the more I want it.
An empire is nothing more than a standard pitched in the naked earth. The time has come for you to raise the standard upon the peak of false faith, the apex of Chittis Cathedral. Drive it deep into that sacred stone. Mark the death of a faithless empire and slay the slavering kingdom that seeks to consume it. An empire is not...
All right, let's go back to the Overseer's Tower real quick. I am noticing that the story has gotten significantly better each act that has gone by. Like, Acts 1 and 2 were fine, but like, yeah, whatever, they weren't that crazy. Act 3 was pretty damn good. Act 4 was actually very, very nice. And Act 5 has been my favorite so far.
You deserve recognition for what you have done. You've freed us from Templar oppression. Yet I fear you may have defeated the lesser of two evils. Still, take something. You'll be needing it in the dark times to come.
Jewels!
Once Kitava has gobbled up every scrap of Oriathan flesh, sucked every Oriathan bone dry of marrow, he'll turn his endless hunger to Namakanui and the whole Karui archipelago. As you know, the Karui will fight, and they'll fight hard, but they're going to need all the help they can get. And I know of 3 treasures that might just make the difference. They were taken when the Templar raided Namakanui. A whip woven of Hinekora's hair. A tooth that Tukohama ripped from his own mouth. A fishhook that was once the jawbone of Valakor. Together, they're known as Kitava's torments and lie within the reliquary that borders Oriath Square. I saw them with my own eyes when delivering messages to the scholars there. Please, go to the reliquary and claim those treasures before Kitava's children do.
All right. Yeah, Oriath Square is a little, it's a little fucked right now.
When I was a courier for my father's house, I'd cross Cathedral Square 100 times in a day. On the fairest days, that square would be filled to bursting with Oriath's highborn, come to bask in the sun and each other's glowing nobility. It was a pretty sight, depending on where you stood.
Also, Utula's gone.
I can't yet begin to unpick the lies that Utula has told us, but this piece of truth I do have. Utula sensed that very moment when you struck your final blow, when you broke the Templar's power. He turned to me and told me this. Now our king comes to us. He'll be hungry, so very hungry. I shall prepare him a feast.
That's a cool sword.
Then he gathered his followers and left. Where's he gone? Oriath Square. You won't need directions. Just follow the screams.
I like that.
Remember,
I like that a lot.
We do this for freedom.
Yes, what is it?
Chittis Cathedral.
Dominus adopted Chittis Cathedral as his personal laboratory. He decked it out with everything his miraculous mind could conceive of. His great work in San, that which you destroyed. It all began there.
I killed innocents. What are your thoughts on that?
You really don't have a strong grip on cause and effect, do you? Things replace other things. It's the most fundamental of laws. The larger the thing you remove, the bigger the rush to fill the space that's left behind. Innocence was the nexus of power in Oriath. Remove him, and something of equal or greater power was always going to take his spot. Any idiot could have predicted that Kitava was going to be that something. Unless, of course, you thought it was going to be you.
Yeah, about these gods, though.
People have talked about the return of the gods since the birth of Oriath. It's a gambit employed by charlatans to fleece the weak-minded and morally desperate. Or so it seemed. Avarius and his Templar drones now greet the dawn filled with power and glorious purpose. Kitava has risen from whatever ethereal cesspit he's been hiding in for the last few millennia. So what let the cats out of their proverbial bags?
Me.
I'm a scholar, not a prophet. Yet there's one occurrence that absolutely reeks with evidential causality. You killed the beast.
Yep. So, about this sign of purity.
The sign of purity, yes. A descry staff that piety sent me to study at one point. Apparently it was a gift from innocence to the first High Templar, Maxarius. Dominus couldn't even bear to touch the thing, so he had it locked up in the ossuary. Quite reactive behavior for a man of such formidable intellect, yet now it's making a little more sense. The staff was certainly able to conduct and store energy, yet remained inert when I applied corruption to it. It must only respond to divine energy, and with corruption and divinity being diametrically opposed, it's no wonder that my experiments failed to excite the thing.
Oh!
Meaning, if the sign of purity is a repository for the power of innocence, Dominus could never have wielded it, being steeped as he was in the opposing power of the beast. You, though, you're a different matter entirely.
I was right! Okay, sorry. I've been having this theory that corruption and divinity were the opposite ends of a spectrum, like the positive and negatives of an energy type, if you will. I was right. I was very much right about that. And that only really came to me when I was playing the end game of Path of Exile 2, because obviously there's the whole thing about divinity with the arbiters and whatnot, but also corruption being a thing. That's actually really cool. There more reason for corrupted items no longer be able to change. Probably the fact that, you know, the other orbs that you get are probably divine power. And because of that divine power, if you try to apply it to something that cannot accept divinity, well, it's not going to work now, is it? You would have to use something of corruption that could modify it, like tainted currency. All right, tell me about Utala.
I told you so. What more need I say?
All right, fair enough.
Farewell.
We're glad you made it. No, damn it all, that's just too strange to abide. I'm glad you made it. And innocence tells me I need to keep helping you. So that's what I'm going to do. I know my way around weapons and armor, and all things Templar if you should want for further enlightenment on that subject. As for innocence, I don't know. Sometimes he makes sense, other times he's a shattered god, but he'll heal. I'll make sure of that. Lani's told me a little about Utula and his cult of Kitava. Enough to know what Utula's got planned. Bring about the fall of one god so he can raise up one of his own. And this Kitava, from what fragments I can piece together from innocence, he's not the benevolent kind. Please, find Utula and stop him. I'm not saying this because I want to put innocence back on his divine throne. I'm saying this because Oriath is my home. It's made some mistakes, but but it doesn't deserve the fate that Utula has in mind.
Yeah, fair, honestly. What are your thoughts on Valenta?
To be perfectly honest with you, I don't trust her. Yeah, I've got my reasons. Piety kept her work pretty quiet, but her results were brutally clear. The people she took, the people she changed. Slaves, mostly, and a few enemies of God. Enemies of bloody Dominus, more like it. I don't go in for black and white definitions of good and evil, but with Piety in her ilk, I make an exception. Whatever's lurking inside Violenta, it ain't good. Not by a long shot.
Alright. Thoughts on Lonnie?
I'd be lying if I said my hands were clean of slavery's blood. I was a soldier. I went where Dominus ordered me to go. I sailed with the expedition to Ngamakanui, killed Karui warriors, and rounded up Karui captives like every other bastard in a Templar uniform. So I don't blame Lonnie for wanting to take back her freedom, and I don't blame her for believing Utula's lies either. I certainly swallowed enough of Dominus's falsities to sicken my soul. It's what we do now that matters. I can see that Lonnie's heart is in the right place, and for once in my damned life, so is mine.
Yeah, fair. Alright, well, I raided the ossuary.
Devotion should be honored, I suppose. For centuries now, the Templar have boiled the flesh and skin from the devout, and presented the polished remains for public appreciation in the ossuary. Personally, I think it's one of the better ways to remember those who have gone before us. To touch the bones is to remember neither the legend, the legacy, nor the lies. It reminds you that those bones belong to a man or woman who was just like any other man or woman.
That's a good way to put it. Right. And the sign of purity.
The sign of purity. Let's see. A staff, bathed in innocent blood. No. Sorry, bathed in the blood of innocence. Yes, innocence gave a part of his divine self to the thing, and gifted it to the Templar. Now that I recall, I read a tome about it when I was a cadet. A bloody long time ago. I skipped most of the boring pages, so only remember the bit where High Templar Maxarius smote with flame the army of the faithless, with one ray of its hallowing light. The book's words, not mine. Outside of my humble flesh, the sign of purity is about all that's left of innocence.
And, I see you made it to the Overseer's Tower.
I'm having a little trouble explaining it myself. I've never been the most devout of men, especially for a Templar, more of a soldier than a believer. But now, Innocence himself rests within me. His voice is weak, barely a whisper, yet still he has the power to keep us safe from Kitava's hunger. At least for now. For my part, I'm simply grateful. Grateful that I have a god watching my back, and grateful that he's given me the power to watch others in return.
How is Innocence doing up there?
For a long time now, I thought my god's intentions were being twisted by his supposed servants. Did I speak up? No. The pyre would have been my only answer. I did what I was told and drew the lines of morality where I could. Now I understand the truth. It wasn't Innocence's intention being twisted. It was Innocence himself, perverted by the selfish convictions of the men and women who worshipped him. A god answers to the believer, as the believer answers to their god. Don't ever give up.
Hello.
What are your thoughts on Bannon?
Bannon claims that a god now lives inside his head and talks to him. What's more common? Divine possession or insanity? I'll leave you to calculate the odds. Tootles.
Freedom comes to those who fight.
What about this cult of Kitava, Lonnie?
Remember what Utula said about Kitava? He is the tormented one, destined to rise up from the darkness, and we, his children, rise with him. It was there all along, in eyes too bright and smiles too wide. Cunning concealed by kindness. Conquest wearing the mask of freedom. I didn't see it because I was looking for something else. Hope. The cult only wanted what it's always wanted. To be born again in their father's image. They are Kitava's children, the first of his tribe. Unless you do something about it, they won't be the last.
The King's Feast?
The King's Feast is an ancient ritual born of less enlightened times. Long before the Karui followed the way, one tribe would conquer another, and a feast would be prepared for the triumphant king. The main dishes of this feast were selected carefully, for the sweetness of their nature and the tenderness of their flesh. You see, when the conquered fills the belly of the conqueror, two tribes become one. And that's what's happening out there in Theopolis right now. The tribe of Kitava is feeding upon the tribe of Oriath, and the feast won't end until two tribes become one.
Got it. What are your thoughts on this Bannon?
Bannon is unexpected. At least, he's not the sort of Templar that I'm used to dealing with. His ideas about innocence almost make sense to me. The way he worships innocence and receives such power in return, it's like his devotion actually brings out the best in his god. But how is that possible? A god is a god. They bless us and they punish us, not the other way around. Yet for Bannon, somehow it's different.
It's human will. They'll always find a way to,
Remember, we do this for
be better
freedom.
than gods. Gods can do nothing but exert their will on the world around them. Humans are able to exert it back. Alright, let's go kill Utula. I haven't done this in, like, months at this point.
When I'm ready, and not before.
Ooh, Topaz Flask. What do I want? What do I want? What do I want? Increased effective cruelty. Don't mind if I do.
Did you think our vengeance was done, Savior? Oh no, it has only begun.
So he died and was reborn
Oriath
as
was
that.
mine to burn. You took that from me. Now you will join the pyre.
Also, wow, he died instantly. So the reliquary is up next, but of course before I do that, I need to head back to the Overseer's Tower so that I can see what is around here. What level am I? Level 47. I can put Enlighten support on now. Ah, fuck. Fuck. Alright, Bannon. He's dead.
The High Priest is dead, yet the object of his devotion remains. There's no doubt you did all right bringing that man-turned-monster to heel, but you weren't able to stop him fishing his master out of a river of blood. Damn. Sorry. I never could get the hang of boosting morale. Didn't seem right to polish the edges off harsh facts. Probably why I never made captain. Still, I've been poking around here for a bit and have turned up Utula's stash. Quite the magpie he was. So here, help yourself. when it comes to hunting a god, I suppose every little bit helps.
Stick!
Innocence forgives you.
You can ask.
Freedom comes to those
Lonnie,
who fight.
Utula's dead.
You've sent the traitor to meet his ancestors, have you? That'll be an interesting conversation. I'm no Hatungo, but I can foresee Utula walking a long road of trial and suffering before he earns himself a place at the ancestors' table. And just as Utula's journey continues, so does yours, right into the jaws of Kitava. I don't profess to understand the mind of a god, but I know the stories. Kitava is patient. He waited in the darkest pit of Hinekora's realm. He will bide his time while his hunger spreads like the plague it is, and when his tribe is replenished 100 times over, Kitava will rise one final time to finish the feast that he has started. Oriath is merely the appetizer. There's a whole world out there for Kitava to taste.
Mm-hmm.
You've proved that you're a hero who can slay legends. Let's see if you can kill a god.
Well, I've done it before.
For freedom.
Alright. Time to raid the reliquary and get some Karui artifacts back. I've never actually been able to figure out how to open this vault. Like, I'm sure that it requires a key, but like, where? In one of these chests, maybe? Random chests throughout the map? Okay. Oh, I forgot to enable my auras. And some of my golem. Tukahama's tooth. The belly cannot hunger for what the eyes cannot see.
Arohongui, daughter of the moon, was preparing for
So
a
if we're
feast
gonna backseating, it's okay, it's okay. Don't worry about it.
Return from his war on the first ones of the Ezamites. Tarfor, son of the forest, asked each of the birds to sacrifice one of their kind for the feast. He gave these offerings to Arohongui, who cooked them in a great fire stone pit. Seeing all of those plump birds cooking made Kitava very hungry, and he offered to watch them, to make sure they didn't burn while Arohongui rested during the heat of the day. Arohongui thanked Kitava for his kindness, but while she slept, Kitava ate the cooking birds, flesh, bones, gizzards and all. Upon waking, Arohongui was furious to find that Kitava had lied to her, for saying that he would watch the birds when he truly intended to eat them all up. When Tukohama arrived home in his mighty canoe, Arohongui asked him to punish Kitava for his selfish gluttony. Tukohama, our father of war, agreed and pulled the sharpest tooth from his own mouth. He then asked Arohongui and Tarfor to hold Kitava fast while he cut Kitava's face with the tooth. 2 slashes that blinded Kitava and formed a bleeding cross upon his face. From that day forth, Kitava would never be able to promise to watch that which he truly intended to consume.
Interesting. Also, apparently I never got accuracy rank 1. Hey, wait, that's a book of skill! That's a book of skill, look! Huh.
When I'm ready, and not before.
I really hope my loot filter doesn't, you know,
Oops, clumsy.
blank out whatever it is that I'm looking for. I apparently had... Oh, hey, it is marked. Okay, this is Kitava's Hunger 3, so instead, let's actually skip this one for now and go to Kitava's Hunger 2, which is the other one. Key of Strength, there's the other one. Nice. Okay. Valago's Jaw. One day you eat the fish, one day you feed the fish.
To replace the feast of birds that Kitava had greedily consumed, Tukohama, our father of war, and Valako, father of storm, went fishing. Although Kitava was blind, he could still cast his line and feel when a fish took his baits. So, Tukohama and Valakor took him with them on Tukohama's mighty canoe. But while they fished, Kitava grew hungry and secretly ate all of their bait of grubs and worms. Disgusted and angry, Tukohama and Valakor decided to use Kitava as bait instead. Valakor used his own jawbone as a hook, impaled Kitava on it, and cast both into the sea. Kitava sank to the bottom of the sea, but instead of the fish eating Kitava, it was Kitava who ate all of the fish that nibbled at him, flesh, scales, guts, and all. When Tukohama and Valakor hauled a fat-bellied Kitava back up from the sea, they were even more furious and knew that Kitava must be punished one final time.
Kitava's the type of gluttony the Bible warned about. I mean, what do you think we're reading about?
This'll do nicely.
Not really the Bible, but you know. Do you think... Oh, that's actually a really good point. Because gods were once human. So would mortal Kitava, did he have some kind of eating disorder? That's a really good point. What we steal in life, we repay in death.
Tukohama, our father of war, and Valakor, father of storm, took Kitava to Hinekora, mother of death. They asked her to kill the greedy Kitava, for surely their tribe would starve if Kitava continued to live among them. But Hinekora refused, for death would not teach Kitava the lesson he needed to learn. Instead, Hinekora beat Kitava with a whip woven of her own hair. To Kitava, each strand was a searing lash, and so he wore thousands and thousands of blistering lashes across his back, as Hinekora drove him relentlessly into the darkest corner of the underworld. There she left him to suffer, without water or food, for the rest of eternity. And there Kitava remained in the darkness of Hinekora's night-clad island for time beyond measure. There he suffered, waiting for the day that he could return to the world of light, to slake his scorching thirst and satiate his ravening hunger.
Also, I like how they say narrated by. Does this imply that these are just like audiobooks of some sort? Like, is the reliquary brought to you by Audible? All right. Now I finally get to see what's in here, because I never have actually seen what's in here. A little bit of loot. That's it. All right, so noted. It's not worth in the slightest. Don't worry if you've missed that. All right.
Not all slaves believe Dutula's lies. Some I know have managed to steal a ship and are soon to set sail for Namakanui. Hopefully, with these treasures on board, Valakor will bless their voyage and breathe deeply into their sails. No, I'm not going with them. I helped bring this curse down upon Oriath, so I'll help save what little there is left to save. Here, take something, in thanks for your part in preserving the Karui Way.
Book of Skill!
For freedom.
Right. Does anyone else have anything to say? No? And no. So that means that we can officially... we can actually finish up the act in that case. So let's go kill Kitava! What do I want? Before I do that, what do I want? I could take Recouped life. I could take recuperation. I'm not going to, but I could. I guess I'll just start making my way this way. It's actually faster to go to the reliquary first and then head outside into the ruined square. At least from what I've seen.
When I'm ready, and not before.
So yeah, if you had come here before, by the way, you would actually have noticed that there is actually a statue in this area. I do believe. I think. Yeah, right here. There's a statue right here normally. But the thing is, obviously, because Kitava obviously woke up, for some reason he was inside the statue or something like that. I don't know how it works. Yeah, I know about the defensive qualities of stabs, but I have also heard that they're very good for damage over time, so if I'm going to be using Soul Rend like I am, it's actually a very good idea for me to stick with stabs at the moment. Kitava is woke? I mean, how many woke people would eat other humans whole? Like, come on. Or how many non-woke people, I guess. The joke is vor, by the way.
Come, ravenous
Kill
one.
Kitava.
Let me devour your heart.
I think I understand why. This is not like, this is a statue of innocence. And they had just mentioned the fact that, you know, when one god falls, another will take its place. So in this case, because it was the effigy of innocence, basically, what replaced it was not innocence, it was, of course, Kitava. That makes sense now that I think about it. It takes a little bit to get to there, but I get it. I get why that is the way it is.
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
Yep.
There is no shame in falling to a god. Shame lies only in refusing to rise again. You shall soar. That much I'm permitted to foresee. You shall ascend to the peak of your loftiest mistake, and from there you shall pluck a single surviving hope from the jaws of immortal despair. A ship sails for Lion Eye's watch, not far from here. Be on it. There is no shame.
Okay.
I've never had to pay the price for my ambitions. Until now.
Kitava Meowscarada form. I've talked about that. I've mentioned that.
I'm Captain Lily Roth, and we sail for Rayclast. Better to live in exile than die on this psychotic bonfire of an island. You want to make it out of here, you'd better get on board. But make it quick, 'cause I ain't got time for tears and regrets. Time and tide wait for no man.
I'm gonna wait because I'm gonna go back to town and we will see. Because I believe that is technically everything, actually.
You're still alive. So is Kitava. What more do you need to know? You'll find a way. I believe it.
Elenta?
Kitava is a primal deity, forged from the most fundamental of human desires, hunger. The simple act of craving that which we cannot yet consume. To defeat Kitava is to squeeze the very heart of human nature into stillness. You don't think you can do that? I suppose we'll see, won't we?
I don't ask this in the name of innocence. He understands now the folly his devotees have wrought upon this world. I ask in the name of Oriath. There are many that deserve what Kitava offers, and there are many more who do not. Put an end to Kitava's savage reign, for there remains much in this land that is worth saving. Don't ever give up.
All right, now.
good tidings to you.
Gonna set sail to Rayclast.
Remember, this ain't no charity run. You owe me. Cast off!
And this is where I made it in my original playthrough way back when and realized, oh god, there's an entire second part of the game. And unfortunately, because of that, I am gonna have to call it for now in terms of this stream. We obviously did 2 acts, which was 4.5 hours of content. So it's been 11 hours. This game has a pretty chunky story if you actually pay attention to it, is the good news. But yeah, I am gonna have to call it good for now, just because it is. I do have dinner coming up. My dad's making burgers, and obviously I need to stop. I also need to work on some artwork stuff. So yeah, honestly, I hope y'all enjoyed, and obviously I have had I've had the thing in the bottom corner for the whole stream. The last few streams, art commissions are still open. I haven't really gotten any so far. I've mostly been working on like gift art and trades and whatnot, but if you want to, support me, that's the best way to do it. I mean, I've also got like my Ko-Fi, I've got Patreon, stuff like that, so any little bit helps if y'all are willing or able to. Obviously, don't break the bank on my account. I don't know y'all don't know me really, so I just leave it at that.
That would just make life complicated.
But yeah, no, thank you for watching this. I think this is getting very, very, very interesting. So yeah. Yeah, honestly. I don't know what else to say. So I guess I'll see you whenever we do a part 5 of this playthrough. All right. Bye-bye, people.